This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Questions continue to be raised after approximately 60,000 students who met the criteria to apply for registration at universities under the COOPS program failed to do so this year. COOPS says that only 1,053 students have successfully registered in public and private universities, while 11,000 who met the requirement to do degree courses are registering to take up diploma courses. Among the 1,153, 75,714 will do teaching courses at universities, while 10,263 will join TTC's teaching colleges. In addition, for the first time, COOPS has registered 19,653 students of the Institute of Medical Studies, that is KMTC, in the program. Agnes Wahome is the CEO of COOPS.
Application to both universities and colleges is a choice. It is not mandatory, because we know there are students who choose to go abroad, to join the military, to join other universities and colleges that are not under the government program.
This year's registration represents a very small percentage compared to the study spaces available at universities, TVETs such as TTC and KMTC, as this year there were more than 1 million spaces for various courses under COOPS. The number of students registered under the program, which is not satisfactory, however, have been required to submit scholarship applications to help in advance so that they can receive tuition fees early, while students who are not satisfied with the courses they were assigned to do in colleges are required to change those courses from June.
The COOPS placement process gives special consideration to eligible applicants on account of gender, marginalized and minority, and also the aspect of disability.
So when we removed this, we saw a lot of students apply for that. I think it has the highest. We have, I think, over 30,000 students have gone in to pursue education.
Chairperson of the National Assembly Budget and Appropriations Committee, Ndindi Nyoro, has revealed that the government will confirm all junior secondary school teachers who are currently on internship terms. Speaking on a local TV station, Nyoro divulged that the 2024-2025 financial budget had already set aside 300 billion shillings for the Teacher Service Commission to employ JSS teachers on permanent and pensionable terms. Nyoro was defending the budget cuts in the following fiscal year, where projections showed the education sector budget had been slashed, with basic education being reduced by 19.429 billion shillings.
TSC is gaining because, and by the way, TSC is the #1 highest institution in terms of funding in Kenya, over 300 billion Kenya shillings. We want to confirm the JSS teachers. We are going to provision money for the confirmation to permanent and pensionable terms.
Nyoro further downplayed assertions intimating that the school feeding program has been scrapped due to its absence in the proposed budget. He insisted that while the program's allocation has not been outlined in the budget, it has not been abandoned by the state.
Education seems to have lost, but if you look at even for example about school feeding program, you realize there is a reallocation of who to handle what. Previously, you realize school feeding program has been under or more or less a parastatal called NACONEC. Then the ministry is reallocating the same for the department to handle exactly those roles. And therefore, in that respect, I want to assure all the people who are supported by government in that regard that will continue. School feeding program is there. For example, you'll find many things in the budget around RDS, regional development authorities. You realize there is no budget allocated in those kind of sagas because the roles are changing from them to a different area.
That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
The man who looks at a beautiful girl and doesn't talk to her will end up serving lunch at her wedding. Aya, City. Do like that.
My father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man?
Ameua panya.
Small mammal, big mammal.
Mtu atamshinda.
How are we comparison? I mean, you killed mouse.
What are they saying?
What they're saying is, my father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man? Name, surprise. Someone's name.
The name surprised you?
No, the name is surprise.
No, what am I saying? I'm from Nigeria, man. I met somebody called I Believe. So
See?
Your name is I Believe? Yes, my name is I Believe. But that's the short form. I said, excuse me? He said, yes. My name is I Believe. So what's the full name? I believe in the goodness of
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
Hapo.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
On a Wednesday morning, what does traffic look like in the city? Actually, not too bad for what we see so far. As you're coming off the Thika Superhighway, coming into the CBD this morning, you'll be all right, at least for now. Not much happening as you click onto Jogo Road, getting out towards Landis and then out into the city centre today. As coming off Mombasa Road, you're looking all right. Huru Highway is free and clear in and outbound. Coming in from Mombasa Road, coming in from Westlands as well. I think we're going to be fine as we're getting into it this morning. Let's see what happens as the morning comes together. Let's talk through it on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning at 10 minutes after 6 o'clock on this 20 what? 22nd day of May 2024, and here we are. Yes, I'm here. How are you doing today? Getting into it this morning with Kenya's biggest conversation. It starts now. How are you? Hope all is well. Many things happening in the country today. I'm glad that you're all with us today as we get into it proper. It's been a good day, a few days off, and then back into it this morning. Let's talk about some of the conversations that we'll be having this morning, shall we? At 7 a.m. today, we'll have a conversation about the impact of the finance bill on manufacturers in Kenya. The CEO of the Association of Manufacturers, Anthony Mwangi, will be here with us at 7. So we're looking at what exactly does it mean? As we get into it, what does it mean when we're talking about manufacturing, which is key towards development in this country? And now we're looking at the new Finance Act. The new finance bill, rather, what is it going to be? And what kind of impact will it have on manufacturing? And then at 9 a.m., we'll be talking about shaping the future of the young generation, why a mentor-thon is a game changer. The co-founder of Questworks and co-author of Mentor at Mentorthon is Tim Kipchumba, and he'll be our guest at 9 a.m. And we'll be looking at that. The youth and their future is one that's talked about over and over again. And here's another opportunity to look at what exactly can and should be done when it comes to mentorship for young people in the country. Those are the two conversations that we'll be having today with people, and we'll talk with you then at 8. So we're going to get into it and see what happens as we open up. Of course, there are many talks of, who flew where and who did not, and how much it costs, and who's coming back and who's doing what. So we'll look into a number of those things as we get into conversations this morning. Okay, Eric Latif, good morning to you.
Just continue talking. You're
to
doing
myself.
Very well.
Thank you so much.
Doing very
but I could not see you in the room.
We love it.
I could not see you in the room and ignore you.
We love hearing your voice.
Really?
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Welcome back.
Asante sana.
Ulifanya nini na nini na nini? Okay, situambie ati all the details.
Hey. Do you wanna know?
Usitupatie all the details.
I won't.
Just kijuju. Just say, ilienda America. Nikarudi Kenya. That's enough.
I went to the sky. I went to the sky. It was fantastic.
There are several clouds. Did you hit line?
9. Yes.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. As long as you umegonga. Life is sweet. Life is sweet. Yay.
Salama lakini?
Mimi niko fresh.
I'm happy to see you.
I am also happy to be seen.
Wow.
So, shall we do this weather thingy?
Let's do it.
Okay. We're live streaming the show on YouTube and Facebook, everywhere, on Radio Garden as well. Karibuni sana, everybody. If you can, let us know where you're tuned in from. Say hello to our people. Where is Miguel Alejandro?
Miguel.
He's not come.
He's coming.
He's on his way? Okay.
But this is Nairobi, Baba. You can think it has rained. It has not rained here. Kumbe, where Miguel comes from, it has rained.
It has rained heavily. Okay.
Hi.
Hello.
Wow. Hello.
Yes.
Haya, tufanya namna hiyo.
Sawa.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
It's cloudy in Nairobi this morning. Temperatures dipping just a little bit at 15 degrees. We'll see highs of 23. It's 15 and clear in Nakuru with highs of 24, and at 16 cloudy in Nyeri, going to highs of 24. We're looking into a cloudy Eldoret at 13, going to highs of 22. Mombasa is cloudy at 25 with highs of 28, and we're looking into a rainy Malindi this morning at 26 with highs of 28. It's clear at 20 in Kisumu with highs of 29, and Kakamega is cloudy at 18 with highs of 28 and lows of 17. Kampala this morning is cloudy at 22 with highs of 27 through Wednesday, and it's a rainy morning in Dar es Salaam at 25, going to highs of 29. Looking into Johannesburg, clear at 11 with highs of 23 and lows of 8, while Mogadishu will be sunny today. Currently 27 with highs of 32. Addis Ababa is sunny already at 15 with highs of 24 and lows of 13. We're looking into a mostly cloudy Lagos at 28 with highs of 33, while it's clear in Kinshasa at 24. We'll see highs of 34. Wednesday afternoon is sunny in Beijing at 25. We'll see highs of 32. While it's cloudy in Paris at 13, we'll see highs of 20. And into a rainy London at 14, we'll see highs of 16 and lows of 12. We'll round things out in New York, 21 degrees Tuesday night, coming into Wednesday, highs of 28 and lows of 18.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Salimia watu wengi.
Colin says good morning. Welcome to Asante Sana. Good morning and welcome back into Thank You. Missed you while I missed you too. Glad to be in the room. Salimia Sitina Eric, ready for the day. Good morning in the studio, says Isaiah Victor. And Collins Kimtai Kipsat says good morning. Yes, Pauline, we see you. Asante Sana. Folks on Facebook tuning in this morning. Peter Kiarie says good morning from Mombasa. Thank you for welcoming Anthony Mwangi to the show. Yes, he will be with us at 7 a.m. Good morning from a cold Naivasha. I can imagine it's deliciously cold in Naivasha this morning. Jaka Tambo says good morning. And Karanja and Jehia says, tuned in as always, getting ready to fill my bucket with dew, having failed to fill it with yesterday's heavy downpour. Ateke. Ruben Ambitious tuned in from Kabul in Afghanistan. And Joseph Mukua says, good morning, team Situation Room from Merile. Dennis Hamisi says, Hope has two beautiful daughters, anger and courage. Anger at the way things are, and courage to see that they don't remain the way they are. Oh, okay. Good morning to you. Kelvin Chariot says good morning. Ken says good morning, Team Spice FM. Dominic Abuga is tuned in this morning. And One Mike says good morning from Baltimore in Maryland. Good morning from Ruthigiti, says Deno Wanza.
Lucy Getty.
Lucy Getty. Ruthigiti.
Okay.
So he is this morning. Simon Mtozwa Ushuru says, online radio mulisema atutawai zisikiza tena.
Hamski kwa bwana, what do you mean?
Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire, monsieur?
Oh yeah.
Good morning, beautiful people. KQ planes are not worthy of the president? Why? Mkokuri Dan, what's going on? Meshach Jenga says good morning, Spice family, tuned in from Canada. Jeffrey Mogaka says good morning this morning. CT Eric Nyaboke, Loy Tok Tok Iko Locked. Looking forward to a great show.
Very good.
Nyaboke amepewa Zavati. Robinson Kisero is tuning in this morning. Eric Jaguna is also tuning from Johannesburg. Good morning to you. Good morning, Spice crew from Toronto, says Mwanombali. Rogers Nyanga is tuning in as well. Tano Teka says, good morning from Rochester, Minnesota. Barry Juma, welcome back. Thank you very much. Good morning, team. Page 577 of the Finance Bill is proposing a 5% increase of cooking oil from 15% to 20%. Okay.
Mambo ni mingi.
Nakwambia.
Well, the good thing is people are actually interrogating and interacting with the Finance Bill.
This is true. A very good thing.
Robbery.
Wilfred Odhiamba says, welcome back, thank you very much. KK says, good morning. Bali's tuned in. Dada, pokea salamu ya crew. Asante sana. We missed you much. Thank you, Sister Ndu. Agola, good morning, sister. Good to see you this morning. Penhua is back. Geraldine, good morning. Cole Kipkano, hello from Houston. Ndu, you are doing. Yes, imagine. I am. Samuel Wanje says, good morning. Good to be back. Did I ride on the Hustler's jet? I did not. Listening from Greenwich, a number of people tuned in this morning. Welcome back. And Gore, we see you. Peter's here. Edwin is locked in. Carol Nyambura, P. Lento, Willis Koi, Escamaro, Jacob Ongalo, and Luke Abiro. We see you all this morning. Karibuni sana.
Karibu kila mtu. Bonamuga.
Yes, Bon Eric.
It's the third day of Proverbs from the Republic of Liberia. Who's the current president? Guy beat the football guy. The guy who beat the football guy.
Joseph Boakai.
Ate?
Joseph Boakai.
Joseph Boakai.
That's his name. He even has a vice president who is called Jeremiah, not Kioni.
I was going there straight.
No, it's Jeremiah Koung.
Okay.
They even have a House Speaker. It's called Jonathan Koffer. Then they have a Chief Justice. Now, the Chief Justice has a nice hyphenated name. It says C.A. Nyeri Yush.
It's okay.
C? C.A. S-I-E. Then he has an initial A. Then he has Nyeri. What I just read is not exactly Yuo. That's me having a problem reading my own handwriting.
Nyeri Yuo.
Okay.
Nyeri Yuo.
Yuo.
Yes.
Okay.
And like us, they have an upper and a lower house. Yes. Their government is what you call a unitary presidential republic. Yes.
My sister lives there.
How many sisters do you have, by the way?
2.
No, there are more.
No, I swear there are 2.
No, there are more. There's another. No, there are more. There's another one who lives in Vietnam.
No, she used to. It's the same one. She used to live in Myanmar, and then she went to Italy. Now she lives in Liberia.
I was going to say there's another one who lives in Italy.
And another one in Liberia.
Then there's you now.
There's another one in Kenya.
Yes. Then there's the one who is actually in Nigeria.
So I have 2 sisters. One does a lot of hopping with the UN.
2 sisters. Okay. They sound really many, but we'll settle with 2.
Okay.
So totally you're 3.
Yeah.
Okay. You sure?
Me too.
I think so.
Okay. Yeah. The proverb.
This is a proverb. Interesting. This proverb. One cannot be at the mouth of a river and use saliva to wash his hands.
Imagine. Look at the abundance before you.
And then you
to wash your hands. What? Can you not see? Do you not see? Can you not hear?
Water
what the
everywhere.
Lord has provided for his people?
You're busy spitting.
I like
what cannot be at the mouth of the river?
Yes.
And use saliva
to wash his hands. Surely.
Brilliant.
How?
Your new puss. Higher headlines to finale.
Ruto versus DP. Return of Tanga Tanga. That's on the front page of the Standard. Bold. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua yesterday made a series of stopover rallies at a time his boss is cutting trade deals in America. His message to his supporters was he is in government to stay and his shares are intact. A feeling of deja vu is imminent as the country is being treated to season 2 of the Kieleweke versus Tanga Tanga. Yawa. So while you were away,
yeah, I'm telling you, Raila. Raila akiingia tu hivi.
Mambo.
Hii story at AU it started. Now look at Gachagua. Story a handshake started. Look, so Ruto. Common denominator? RAO.
It's called a constant.
It's a constant. No, and this is not LCM.
RAO.
Right. Audit hustler jet. Azimio says as US deny funding trip, President William Ruto's tour of the US has raised a stink over the hundreds of millions of that taxpayers will have to foot for him to sell the country to the world. Yesterday, the opposition said the money used should be accounted for as the hosts distanced themselves from the huge bill. Fair. Sisi. Hapana lipa. 200 million shillings what we're talking about. Ini ya kushukisha watu America. We have not eaten those things. It's the bill that the taxpayer will for a round trip in a luxury jet for Ruto and his VIPs.
Very good.
Just his VIPs. All those other people who went, they didn't enter this one.
No. If that jet, what they call economy in that jet is beyond first class in very many.
For everybody else.
Yes. No, in the other planes.
It's a serious something, But let's look at it. The manufacturers have sent a stark warning to the government that more taxes will drown the ailing economy. If you want to ensure that this economy tanks properly, tax people the way you're thinking about taxing them. Just be sure. We'll hear from him at 7. 600,000 students fail to apply for college and varsity. That is a huge number. Now, mind you, this is 600,000 from those who had qualified to go to university. Remember?
And the qualifications, they were around 800 and something, isn't it?
Yes. Do you understand what we're saying now?
Yes.
It's not
From
everybody.
university and college.
Yeah. It's not everybody. It's those who now got the mark. Of those ones that got the mark, 600,000 failed to apply. So the question is, why? We'll look into that story. ODM wins 1.2 billion shillings denied by Treasury. Alar. Iran pays its last respects to Raisi. And we continue to look at those stories one by what?
One by one.
Yeah.
Moja baada yang nyingine. I'm looking for the screenshot of the other
papers.
Lakini hiyo.
Party.
Yeah, but
Sipari, mimi sioni.
Usijali, can I start by looking at some of these stories for you? All right, let's go into this Tanga one, shall we? Because, you know, it's interesting, and why not start a Wednesday morning with some politics? Signs of growing factions within the ruling Kenya Kwanza coalition are a true testament that the more things change, the more they remain the same. Why not say it en français? The unfolding political events in the Mount Kenya region reveal the emergence of two factions akin to the Kieleweke and Tanga movements that characterized former President Uhuru Kenyatta's political affairs soon after winning his second term. The Kieleweke faction supported President Kenyatta and argued against early campaigns and discussing about succession politics, while the Tanga faction supported then Deputy President William Ruto, criticizing the Uhuru government for undermining, isolating and humiliating his second in command. This emerged soon after Uhuru had a handshake with opposition leader Raila Odinga. The Tanga faction whipped up sympathy for Ruto around the Mount Kenya region and Rift Valley, claiming that he had been isolated because of his humble background and that it is how the campaign morphed into class politics of hustlers versus dynasties, pitting Ruto as the face of the poor. Really. Uhuru and Raila were depicted as dynasties who could not understand what an ordinary Kenyan goes through in daily life. Now, let's just skip that a little bit. Barely 2 years down the line, the battle lines have begun to be drawn between the two factions, with the Mount Kenya region, one rooting for Gachagwa's replacement as Ruto's running mate in 2027, while the other has launched a defense of Gachagua. The DP's loyalists have vowed to deal with any politician who undermines Gachagua. While all this happens, the president has what? Been quiet. Ruto's lieutenants, who are largely speaking from church fundraisers and include MPs in Ndindi Nyoro, Mwangi Kiunjure, are taking the lead role in anti-Gachagua messaging, with Kirinyaga Governor Anne Waiguru joining the battalion by launching a broadside against Gachagua through her X platform while in the US. Guess where she is? Accompanying the president. Now, Gachagwa's loyalists, led by Embakasi North MP James Gakuya and Nyeri Governor Mutahi Kahiga, want the president to declare his stand over the continuing disrespect by youthful MPs who've been telling masses and fundraisers that they speak for him. So they're wondering, come on, man. These young boys, they just came here yesterday. You should rein them in. Kahiga responded to Waiguru, claiming she, just like any other leaders fighting the deputy president, have been lied to, that they can be picked to replace Gachagua. You think it will be you? It can never be you, my sister. If they want us to open the debate, we should also hear them talk about the presidency in 2027, because the two positions are elected on a single ballot. According to Kahiga, the president too has undermined his deputy. He enumerated occasions where he felt Ruto took a swipe at his deputy. So it just goes on and on and on. But at the end of the day, what are we saying? That it seems to be that there's a split. There's a rift in the presidency.
Moshi Panamoto.
Sindio.
Is it a rift between the president and his deputy? Or is it a situation where we find underlings in both of these camps, deputy's camp and the president's camp?
Who are looking for position.
Yes. Because whenever there's movement in those camps, now there are those who will argue that it is the principals who sponsor these movements. But usually the movements don't begin with the president, deputy. No, the movements begin within the camp itself. You'll find within the DP's camp there are people who are struggling and hustling for power, yes, among themselves. If you go to the president's side, it's very likely you'll find the same thing happening from among themselves. And then when it spills out, you look for someone to point a finger at. Yes, and yet the real struggle is actually from among yourselves.
But on this side now, it's not people within the DP's camp and people without the DP's camp. It is people within the DP's camp who are out on the DP. And so when he's responding to them, he's basically telling the country, just like what he was saying yesterday in those stopovers heading to Kirinyaga. He was addressing the owner of the dog by lashing out at the dogs. Because he's basically saying, okay, so who are these guys? Even the president, when he spoke at, where was this that he was speaking? Was it at Uhuru Gardens? Right, when he started saying, you know, we need to focus on working and all those things.
It was during this May Labor Day.
The Labor Day thing.
Yes, yes, yes.
Was the president addressing junior officers? Was the president addressing some senior person? Because you can't tell me that, you know, the president cannot just, you know, call the Nyoro and Delbachwe.
Relax. He's talking to somebody for sure.
Wachani is a vitu.
No, he's talking to somebody for sure.
Is Gachagua responding to? He's talking about it because he clearly see this, the kind of momentum that's being picked up by these guys. This is wind assistant.
For sure. Look, I don't think
there's some wind here.
For sure, and look, I don't think we can run away from this. That the response that somebody will give is a response to something. Something has been said. There is a feeling that has been conjured. There is a sentiment that has been made clear or been laid bare, and you're going to respond to how somebody has sent a message to you. We can't just. It is not possible that some of the things that we see coming out that folks are just saying, well, you know, I'm bored on a Tuesday. How about I just open my mouth or I just go stand by the side of the road and say something? No.
If indeed there's a rift,
something.
And it appears that the rift is between the president and his deputy, for politicians, it's a sign that opportunities have arisen. And even those who claim very loudly that they support whichever of the principles, they're actually supporting their own cause, because as you speak in support of whoever, it is you who is coming to the limelight. It is you're actually positioning yourself, and you're busy telling people that you actually exist, while saying this person is being picked on. We had our people, no, but we will hear it soon. Our people are being targeted. It's coming soon. Okay?
No, it's already come.
It's come.
Yeah, the Nyeri governor has come out with it.
They said our people.
Yeah.
Then it's out.
Our deputy president, our son, shall not be disrespected.
Yes, see? It's out.
He's even told the president, these your small underlings, rein them in, because they cannot compare experience with our man. So if you're the one who's sending them, just tell them to come and sit down first, I beg.
Yeah. So I have the screenshot of the other papers. Let me tell you what's in the Nation today. More than 500,000 Miss University College slots. That's a one story. Firms warn against bid to increase cooking oil excise duty. It'll push prices beyond reach of Kenyans. Guy. Kila kitu napanda mpaka bei ya meno. Learning paralyzed as striking JSS teachers keep off classrooms.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're still at it. And then on showbiz, Diddy says, I'm sorry after video shown him attacking his ex-lover. Bang in the middle of the paper. Daily Nation. Gachagua opens a Pandora's box. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua's recent call for the adoption of the one man, one vote, 1 shilling mantra in revenue sharing has opened him up for attacks by politicians from his Mount Kenya backyard who ordinarily would not be taking on him, publicly lifting the lead on a looming rebellion that could lead to his isolation within the ruling alliance ahead of 2027. But the truthful man tells his rivals to continue dreaming and accuses them of being traitors, even as his boss, President William Ruto, maintains a studious silence. Has the DP opened a political Pandora's box? Or has the box opened and he found himself in? That's the question. The kitu inaitwa the Star. Ruto DP axis. Why cracks are widening. That's the big headline in the Star today. Gachagua alleges that some individuals are being used to divide Mount Kenya. MPs probe claims of 3.2 billion shillings spent on KICC renovation. They spent 3.2 billion shillings. Where?
Have they finished spending it?
That's some serious renovation.
What? Have they finished?
I don't know.
This KICC, this one?
This one of ours. The meeting is the new meeting room looks.
You know, KICC is big.
Okay, where were they renovated?
KICC.
For the conference. Remember, ahead of the climate talk. The military was there.
Everybody doing sweep up.
Remember?
I remember that.
Remember that?
Yes.
Brace for vegetable shortage. Farmers warn as farms flood.
Hey,
I am telling you, nyanya, vitungu, those things, dania.
You had said this yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Woman brings clothes to court to prove dead man was her husband. Huh? A woman produced in court clothes belonging to a deceased man who died 11 years ago in an effort to prove that they were married and they lived together.
Yes.
The clothes belonged to a former senior employee of the Kenya Retirement Service. Kenya Forest Service, Edward Murkomen Kitum, who was serving in Busia at the time of his death.
Yes, co-wife Nyameleta Shida.
11 years ago. 11 years ago. Tutajuaje ujaenda kushonesha nguo. Why KCSE students want to be teachers? That's the big headline in the People Daily. So most of those who applied for slots in colleges and universities actually applied for teaching courses.
Wow.
Yep. It's one of those interesting stories. Bwana, katika Taifa Leo, Rais aanza kuvuna. Do you know what kuvuna is?
Reap. I know.
Reap gani? REAP or RIP?
Reap. REAP.
Siku ya pili ya ziara yake nchini Amerika, kiongozi wa nchi afanikiwa kupata ufadhili ambao utawezesha wanafunzi wa chuo kikuu cha kiteknolojia cha Dedan Kimathi kuunda simu za mkono. Umeelewa? Chuo kikuu cha teknolojia cha Dedan Kimathi.
Simu ya mkono is mobile phone.
Right. And the chuo kikuu cha teknolojia cha Dedan Kimathi.
University of Technology.
Dedan Kimathi University of Technology.
That's a serious university, by the way.
They're manufacturing mobile phones.
So the president has inked a deal for some money that will go into Dedan Kimathi Technical University.
Groovy.
Those guys are doing some serious things.
Oh, yes, they are. Oh. Yes, not heralded enough, but they're doing some very serious things. Yes.
Business Daily. It's already 37 past. State invests housing levy billions in treasury bonds.
Oh, good Lord.
Yes, it has interest.
Now, let's do the traffic. I'll tell you that story.
Okay.
Shower. 22 to 7. Let's look at the traffic.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Okay, so off the Thika Superhighway, there's some traffic as you come through towards Survey and then out towards the CBD. There's also a little bit of traffic starting to build on the on Kiambu Road. Did you know that Nairobi has a Cotton Avenue, as in Cotton, C-O-T-T-O-N? Well, there's some traffic there. It's next to Olegurugugurune, that road I can't pronounce. There you go, CT's backyard. There's traffic there as well. For some reason this morning, I do not know why. Guys have got some cotton stuck somewhere, that's for sure, because things are not moving. What's happening on Cotton Avenue, guys? There's also some traffic as you're coming in through towards Jagoro and then onto Landis and then out towards the Kamkunji roundabout. So getting into the city is packing a punch already. Let's take a look at the western side of things, where there's a little bit of traffic coming in then through on Gong Road and then through towards Westlands. Wayaki Way is also starting to pack up. So it looks like it's going to be a busy Wednesday. The sun is up and all those good things. Let's see what happens as we get into Wednesday proper. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
So you know the housing levy.
Oh, yeah.
So you know. So you know it's collecting about 8 billion shillings every month. So you know.
Yeah.
Now there's a lot of money that is sitting somewhere in that kitty. So there's a management, there's a board for the housing levy. There's going to be a CEO, blah, blah, blah. And then the board determines how they are expending the money, right? Now, the number of houses currently being built, the contractors who are coming to take money through the housing levy in terms of finishing projects and all are not matching the money coming into the housing levy. So there's a lot of money sitting in the housing levy there that is not being used because, housing levy fund is supposed to be purchasing off these houses off the contractor. Nyumba hazijaisha. So as we wait for that, what do we do with this money? So it's better we invest it. The government is investing 20 billion shillings collected from the affordable housing levy in treasury bills and bonds, signaling a low absorption rate for the funds meant to build cheaper homes for low and middle income households. Bonds are medium to long-term government security, and their purchase indicates that the government is collecting the levy at a faster pace than it can deploy in the construction of the homes. The State Department for Housing says the government had collected some 34.72 billion shillings by April 2024. That are 4 billion shillings is sitting there, and the houses are not yet complete. So by the time the houses get complete, so now we can start now using the money to.
Okay, that was my question. What is that money supposed to be used for?
So the money that goes into the housing fund.
Yeah.
So let's start with identify piece of land.
Yeah.
Okay. Advertise bids for construction, development of houses on this piece of land.
Yeah.
Identify contractor, developer. So contract the person. Build the houses. These are the specifications.
Yeah.
Build, let's say, 200 units. Once the contractor finishes doing the 200 units, he's now not the one who's going to the market. Contractor is then paid for the construction from the housing levy fund. Then now the housing levy fund comes and says, we have houses in Kiamaiko, 200 units, and we are selling them at this 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, single, whatever. Then now you go and buy. And when you buy, the money goes back into the levy fund. Okay? So for us to start using a lot of this money, the houses need to be completed. Now, many of the houses are still under construction. They are not yet completed. And end of this month, in the next 8 days, some extra 8 billion shillings is going to land into this thing. So what do we do?
Okay. It might as well be collecting some interest.
Let's buy some bonds and bills. So two ways of looking at this is, number one, that the fund is actually looking at, increasing the value and the amount of money that is sitting in the fund. So it's not just looking, depending on the collections, it's also looking at where else can we invest to grow the money for the fund. That's one way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it is fund is government. Treasury, CBK, government. So government looks and says, "Where atimukona pesa ngapi hapo? Leteni hiyo pesa bonde tu." Will the government actually repay
that's the
this
question.
money
That's why I was asking my question, because it's like you're saying, Ndu, you have some money, then Ndu says, yes, I have. Okay, Ndu, give me. Then Ndu receives money from Ndu.
I will pay
return
with
it to
interest.
you, Ndu.
With
really?
interest.
But it's already here. Why? Who am I repaying? Hey, be very careful.
That's the question. If this entity actually goes to start lending the government, and at the point when the government is supposed to repay, if the government defaults, what can the housing fund do? Take the government to court?
Excuse me.
Actually, they can. They should, because
take myself to court.
Yes, you can.
Ndu, you said you're going to give me back this money. Ndu,
yes, in theory, you actually can.
Yeah.
See, let me tell you something. You guys, remember the way I told you that Linturi is not going anywhere? Remember? You see this money that they said they want to do treasury? I'm telling you, wallahi.
Give me enda.
Menda.
Menda.
You're not going to see it again. You go and ask, they'll do smoke everywhere before the smoke settles, dust settles.
And then come back and ask you the question you asked.
Where's the money?
Did you ask this money? Okay. And then that's a very good question.
Just be knowing. Now, you guys, Over 600,000 students who sat the 2023 Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education examinations shunned university and college places despite the availability of places in the institutions. So understand this. It's not because there were no spaces or places.
Yep.
They just said, this one, nah.
Yep.
Now, data from the Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Services shows that out of the 903,137 students who sat the KCSE, some 890,000 were eligible for placements to either university or college. Now, while announcing the placement results yesterday, Chief Executive Officer Mercy Wahome, however, revealed that only 258,935 students were placed in universities and colleges. This means that some 604,719 students shunned the available slots for a chance at higher education. Dr. Wahome said the placement body put to consideration on the applicants' choices, merits, approved capacities and affirmative action for gender, persons with disabilities and marginalized regions to consideration in placing the students to various institutions. Okay, so there's a lot of English here, but then the thing is, the question that's looming is, so why they did not select? Why did they not select?
Why were they not going to...
Exactly.
Why are they not applying for universities? Because it's also, it's public and private universities.
Yes, it is.
And we're also talking about colleges. These are technical institutions with universities, MOE-run technical institutions, non-MOE technical institutions, teacher training colleges, KMTC, all of them.
So it went on and on and on, and she said, look, she raised concern over the continued posting of low grades in the KCSE examination. We're still concerned as the placement body because the lower grades, D+ and below, still account for more than half of the students. She spoke, of course, during the release. 63,000 will join TVET institutions under the Ministry of Education. This is despite these institutions having a capacity of 733,063 slots. It means that 669 slots in these institutions remain unutilized. TVET institutions outside the management of the Ministry of Education, there are 19,000 slots open for admission, but only 3,963 students have been admitted. This leaves 15,789 slots empty. Teacher training colleges offering primary teacher education declared 11,598 spaces for admission, but only 9,529 have been filled, leaving 2,069 vacant slots. For the teacher training colleges, 2,200 slots available, but only 734 students. 1,476 vacancies remain unfilled. The KMTCs, the institutions declared 17,000 slots, but ended up getting 19,000 admitted. Data from the placement body shows a total of 1,078,806 slots were available for admission to universities and colleges this year. Very little of those have been picked up. But you know what this is doing? It's giving us the data, and I want to know the why. There must be a reason why students have not selected. I remember during the placement, which was supposed to close on the 1st of April, and then it was extended and extended. There were very many people who had very many issues with getting onto the portal. Could it have been a lethargy thing? Could it then have been a frustration issue where they're saying, you know what, forget this, I'm not going to do it because it was so difficult for us to get on?
It's a very high number, though.
But that's exactly was my next point. If that was the issue, it's a very high number for 600,000 to have been suffering from that frustration. What is the reason behind why so many slots are available for higher education, but they've not been filled up? What happens? Are they leaving the country? Have they decided to work early? Have they decided to go back to school? What is it? And I think that needs to be interrogated.
Maybe, is it possible that the grades that many of these students scored already discouraged them?
Well, imagine that Mercy Wahome is saying that 50% of the grades that they saw were D+ and below.
So you actually do not think, many of them do not know
that they may have qualified.
That they could go to college.
Yeah.
But is that a possibility?
Yes, it is a possibility.
Many people, so you got a D, so you're like, okay, it doesn't matter whether it's D+, D or D-. You just think, got a D.
So I can't.
But there is a question of also understanding whether people actually want to go to university.
No, it's university and college.
Remember, even here, TVETs.
Even TVETs, all colleges.
Again, let me...
Post-secondary education.
There is that question as to whether people... these students are actually interested
in post-secondary education?
Yes. You see, why that has to be interrogated. If everyone around you or the people you know who went to university, you find that a good number of them do not have placements, then whatever it is that they did, in your opinion, doesn't seem to amount to much. What would be the incentive of going to college? Why would you want to go to college? Then comes what you just mentioned. Perhaps they did not know. Remember, we've questioned this before. Do these higher institutions actually make it possible for the prospective students to the institutions know exactly what is required for them to get there?
Yeah.
Or are we going to say that is something they should have been told at the level of Form 4 when they were in school?
I think throughout secondary school, how much interaction do students have with KUSPs? To know that KUSP is not only for universities.
It is for
because
universities.
One of the things that maybe could be here is that many of them just assume, so you pass to go to university, you go through KUSP, you get into university, all right? And so the rest, if you are thinking, okay, I want to go to maybe a local polytechnic, I want to go to these are the kind of polytechnics, private polytechnic or this and the other, I don't need to go through KUSP. I apply directly.
Yes.
Maybe there's that whole perception that, KUSP is for university, mambo ya college, niende college mwenyewe niseme.
Remember we talked about who does that in high school, for example? It's the career counselor, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that career counselor, maybe they're also the PE teacher, maybe they're also the librarian or the nurse, whatever. But the presence of having, because this is vital information that then needs to be given at that time. When you're making a decision about where you're going to go for university or what you're going to study, who's actually guiding you?
There's this individual called career guidance counselor.
That's what I'm saying. That's the guy or the lady who's also the nurse.
Yes.
Or who's also the librarian or the PE teacher.
Or the religious education teacher.
There you go.
Same person.
So how seriously is it applied at that level? And this situation we're talking about, funny as it may be, is the reality. Very few schools take it seriously.
I think the view is that if you're interested, you will find out.
Yeah,
And that's the unfortunate bit, because as you can clearly see, there are very many things that are coming out of this. The fact that very many students qualify to go for post-secondary education, whether you're talking about going to a non-MOE technical institution, going to a teacher training college, going to KMTC, going to all the way to university, you qualify. But then you don't apply. If it was about 200,000, 100,000 or something that had not applied, you could say, okay, those 100,000 maybe hard to reach, maybe didn't have access to internet, maybe they had other alternatives, maybe. But 600,000 out of an eligible 800,000, that is a very, very high number.
It's ridiculously high. Let me ask you, when you do your placement on the portal, you're not guaranteed your course selection.
No.
You can say, I want to do zoology. But
so there'll be very many factors that come
give you bricklaying.
You see, so could that also be a deterrent?
Not necessarily.
Not really?
Yeah, but see, the point is you apply first to get admission, and then once you've been admitted, you can apply to change.
Yes,
because that's the next phase.
So it shouldn't be a deterrent then?
No, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be.
This number is worryingly high, though.
It's very. Remember, out of these 600,000, a majority are those that did not qualify to go to university.
Yeah.
Those that qualified to go to university in last year's KCSE were only 100,000. 258,000 students qualified. No, not 258,000. Less than that. It's a very small number, about 200,000 students who qualify. Got C+ and above is 201,000. Right? Those are the ones who qualify to university. A majority, over 70% of KCSE candidates do not get the mark to enter university.
Yes.
And so they also know. I mean, then do you have these other options? The question is, do they actually know that they can go to the KUSP portal and still apply to join? If you want to go to teacher training, go through KUSP. If you want to go to technical training, go through KUSP. If you want to go to KMTC, go through KUSP. If you want to go to all these colleges go through COOPs, and then it'll place you.
There's lack of information here.
I see.
There is a clear lack of information. You know, the bodies that oversee what you call post-secondary school education clearly haven't done a sterling job in ensuring that people know what it is that needs to be done.
Yep.
Yes. On the other hand, the private sector branch of learning do a very good job of telling people what they're doing.
Properly. Yeah. Because, you know, the thing we're saying here that I think also kind of buffers what you're saying is that the spaces and the slots exist.
They do.
It's not like before whereby there was very few in terms of slots and then many more students. But now the spaces are available and they're not being taken up.
But if you look at government institutions, and if we just look at what appears in the papers daily, what you read is that these institutions have problems.
Yeah.
It's other problem with lecturers who haven't been paid, teachers who haven't been paid. It's one thing. But that can't be the only thing that's happening, because these institutions have students and they're learning.
Yeah, I think then it goes back to even the performance of having more than half of your candidates scoring D+ and below.
Yeah.
Goes into what the USAWA agenda has been raising, which is about the quality of education in our secondary schools. And they've released, I think, a new report for 2024, highlighting the same things. A majority of sub-county secondary schools, which are the majority of schools, do not have the adequate facilities. They don't have teachers, they don't have TSC teachers, so they don't have. So these guys are not motivated to tell the students all these things.
Yeah.
And then the majority of the students in the country actually go to these schools.
Yes.
So you find a majority of people scoring D+ and below, and many of them are in these sub-county schools. It tells you, so what are we doing in those sub-county schools? Actually, if a school has only like 5 or 10 TSC teachers, and then the other 30 are BOM teachers. The BOM teachers are like the ones that you're telling us. A guy cleared Form 4 last year, he's called back.
Yeah.
Come and teach
Sorry,
Form 1.
quick question. Still on the placement. So if I get on the portal and I select Jomo Kenyatta University, whatever, and I want to study architecture, right?
Yeah.
When am I actually placed? Is it like the KCSE? Is it like the secondary? If I click on the thing, then my placement shows. If I click, that's I've been placed. But if I see the selection and I don't take it up, that's when I become one of the 600,000. When is it now? When are you placed?
Remember, you choose your courses before you do the exam. Then after the exam, COOPS portal opens. Now you have your results.
Then now
you can now apply based on these results.
Yes.
So because you got this, you can apply for this course, for this course, for this course. Then now COOPS does the algorithms and all those stuff.
And does the thing, yeah.
It looks at, so how many of you have applied for a course in nursing, for example? So what are the requirements for the courses in nursing? How many got as close to the requirement as possible? How many positions do we have? Have we placed them in the course in nursing? Okay, So you wanted to go to do nursing in this university. Can we send you to do nursing in another university? Is that one full? Okay. What is your other option that you have? Option 2, option 3. Maybe then we place you in this particular course. Then that's how they open the portal now later for you to tell you, we have selected you to go and do, like I'm seeing somebody here saying that their daughter has got admission to my girl had a B-
hospital management systems at Karatina University.
She wanted to do a degree in nursing.
Right?
So you apply there, then the algorithm, then now it takes you into go and do hospitality management. Then they open up the portal and say, now you can apply either, if Karatina University has a nursing need, you can apply either to join that. If maybe somebody who had done nursing, who had been admitted for nursing does not show up, if they have admission, if you can find another university that can offer the same, all those kind of things. It's a...
But let's not forget what you mentioned. The need to interrogate how it is that 50% of our students get the sort of qualifications that don't qualify you for anything.
Absolutely. The reasons as to this, and I think CUS should be very, very clear here, they must interrogate. This number is too high.
This
number is too high. they have to ask the questions and find out why.
We understand people don't do well, but those numbers.
Those are very high numbers.
No.
Those are very high numbers. Keep it here for more conversations. In the next hour, we talk about the finance bill and its impact on the manufacturing industry. It's 7 a.m. news time.
Spice up your life.
It's now 7 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Consumers have been warned to brace for a shortage and a sharp rise in prices of fresh produce due to destruction caused by the ongoing rains. Farmers from the agriculture-rich area of Kinungi in Naivasha have said immature crops are rotting in the farms, hence the projected shortage. Naivasha East MCA Stanley Karanja said heavy rains currently pounding the area have destroyed farm produce worth millions of shillings. Over 30% of fresh produce consumed in Nairobi and Mombasa comes from the area, with kale, onions, spinach and cabbage being the hardest hit. The rains, coupled with flash floods from neighbouring county of Nyandarua, had left a trail of destruction and impoverished farmers. And moving on to Kenyans have filed a case under the Certificate of Urgency seeking court orders to stop the transition from National Health Insurance Fund to Social Health Authority pending a hearing and determination of the case. Guaragwara and Kusi and Khadija Ali employees of NHIF want an order stopping the transition committee either by themselves or agents from submitting their report to the President, Ministry of Health, SHA and NHIF board. They argue that the raising of salaries has caused disparities where the management staffs are earning less than the employees they are supervising. And 3 school-going children have died after they drowned in a dam in Kathiani, Machakos County. The girls drowned in the Kwa Munyenze Dam in Komakathiani sub-county. The young girls are said to have been washing clothes at the dam when they tragically met their death. Questions continue to be raised after approximately 60,000 students who met the criteria to apply for registration at universities under the COOPS program failed to do so this year. COOPS says that only 1,053 students have successfully registered in public and private universities, while 11,000 who met the requirement to do degree courses are registering to do diploma courses. Among the 1,153, 75,714 will be doing teaching courses at universities, while 10,263 will join TTC. Here is COOPS CEO Agnes Wahome.
Application to both universities and colleges is a choice. It is not mandatory, because we know there are students who choose to go abroad, to join the military, to join other universities and colleges that are not under the government program.
This year's registration represents a very small percentage compared to the slots available at universities, TVETs such as TTC and KMTC, as this year there were more than 1 million slots for various courses under COOPS.
The COOPS placement process gives special consideration to eligible applicants on account of gender, marginalized and minority, and also the aspect of disability.
So when we removed this, we saw a lot of students apply for that. I think it has the highest. We have, I think, over 30,000 students have gone in to pursue education.
And finally, President William Ruto has said that it's the responsibility of countries with good intentions to be involved in efforts to restore stability to nations suffering from violence. Speaking in Atlanta, Georgia in the United States, the President has defended Kenya's action to lead the UN team deployed to Haiti. According to the President, in previous years, Kenya has been leading security efforts in countries suffering from conflicts.
Since independence, Kenya has participated in 49 peace support missions worldwide. Following UN Security Council Resolution 2699 of 2023, we are leading the multinational security support mission, driven by our firm belief that the responsibility to support Haiti lies with all nations and peoples who value self-determination, freedom, peace, and democracy. The enduring legacy of President Jimmy Carter illustrates the profound impact an individual can have on history.
That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
It's busy on the Thika Superhighway this morning. As you're coming in from that outer ring junction, you're going to get through towards Survey and then out towards Muranga Road with some traffic. It'll be bumper to bumper, especially through the tunnel. There's also traffic on Kiambu Road this morning, coming in heavy through towards Muthaiga Square. Let's take a look at Ngong Road, coming in from Junction Mall, coming in from Naivasha Road, and this other side of things coming in from Ngong Road itself. It's busy. And then you're going to get down to Riara Road with some traffic, Kingara Road rather, getting out towards James Gishuru, all the way past Strathmore, through then towards the Red Hill Link Road. There is traffic this morning and it's heavy. Also on Waiyaki Way, traffic getting into the city, and things are starting to build up properly as we're getting into traffic hour and half hour or so. So around the city you'll find your bits and bobs of traffic. Try and steer clear if you can. Let us know where it might be just a little bit sticky and we'll spread the word. Let's talk and keep things moving this morning. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7 minutes after 7, how are you doing on this 22nd day of May 2024? Welcome to the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation, live on Spice FM, on KTN Home, on YouTube, on Facebook, on Radio Garden. And we've gotten some feedback here that some people are not getting us clearly on Radio Garden. We're working on it. Don't worry, we will sort it out shortly. Asante sana for tuning in. Ndu, you're back.
Yeah.
And the message from Showmax is?
Please watch. There's a show. It's called Untying Kantai. If Kantai, can't you can't as well.
Why can't you tie a tie like Kantai, tie?
Very good. You deserve a prize. It could be a Showmax subscription, but let me tell you, it's about it's the King Kantai, okay? And he spent 30 years of his life working hard to provide for his family, only to be conned out of his life savings. Can you imagine? Don't you want to watch it?
Right.
Well, you can. You can also watch shows like The Desperate Housewives, or rather, not the desperate ones, The Real Housewives of Nairobi. They're not desperate, they're real. The Real Housewives of Nairobi is also streaming on Showmax. This and many other things. What you do, you log on to www.showmax.com or you download the Showmax app. You pay at least 300 shillings per month and then you get to watch it. You can watch wherever you are, on the go, your mobile, your laptop, your tab, your TV. Download now and watch later, whatever it is. Entertainment in HD, my friends. Showmax. Shika Showmax.
Kabisa. City, the electronic tax invoice management system, eTIMS.
Yes.
By KRA.
Yes.
And they're saying, so generate your eTIMS invoice. It's important that whenever you invoice, you actually deliver an eTIMS invoice.
Yes, but to generate it, you really do need to go to e-citizen, and going doesn't require you to take a journey, take a matatu, drive there. Nope, none of the above. All you need to do is go to your electronic gadget, otherwise known as a phone. Okay, star 222#. That's all you need to do.
That's it.
Starting. Thereafter, once you get into that portal, you'll have choices. You want to look at what e-citizen offers. KRA, that's where you want to go. Once you get to KRA, yes, you don't just stare at it. You do something about it.
Okay.
Yes, exactly. In Kiswahili, say bonyeza. Now, once you do that, then you will be given a forum where you can now enter certain details so that the invoice can be generated.
Yes.
But the key component of this exercise is a PIN. And that PIN is the PIN number of the institution you are invoicing. Once you have the PIN number and you enter it, done. You are now compliant.
Evo too.
That's it.
As simple as that.
It is as simple as that.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. You know, we have very, very many small businesses trading with bigger businesses, big businesses trading with small businesses, big businesses trading with big businesses, individuals trading with business. Hey, all of them, you know? Yeah. Individual trading with, for example, I trade with Kenya Association of Manufacturers.
Yes.
And I have issued them an eTeams invoice. It's as simple as that. The MD of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, the CEO, is joining us this morning. Anthony Mwangi, good morning.
Good morning, Eric.
Good to see you again here.
Good to see you. I was here at the same time last year.
Buana.
Yeah?
Eh? This is that season.
Same time.
It's a season.
Yes.
It's the Anthony Mwangi season.
Anthony Mwangi keeps a close watch in his calendar.
Yeah.
By the time someone is saying same time last year, if you ask me what happened last year at the same time, I cannot tell you.
You can remember.
But him, he can.
Same time last year, City, you were here.
Yes, I was here.
Yeah.
But you see, it's Anthony Mwangi who has made it possible for me to remember.
Karibu sana, Anthony.
Asante.
Yesterday was International Tea Day. Did you know such a thing exists?
I saw it. I didn't know before, but I saw it yesterday.
You saw it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was
my former chair.
International Tea Day
Yeah.
is celebrated internationally, and in Kenya we celebrate it very well. This is Assis Golden Tea, part of the Assis premium brand of teas coming from Kaptagich Tea Estates, Kenyan, but it's premium. Hundreds, thousands of acres of a tea estate. Then they meticulously pick, you know what they say in the tea picking areas,
Yes.
it's two and a bud, right? Like this. They meticulously pick and then they go and process and they give you the premium tea, Assis Golden Tea. Manufacturing, and that's why you're here. So you see, this is produce of Kenya.
Yes.
It's a very good one. And these guys, are they your members? Kaptagich Tea?
Most likely.
Yes. Most likely they are, because they are really, really active. So City will welcome you with something from a member of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers.
In fact, we're going to do you one better. Instead of just telling you about the tea, we'll actually give you the tea.
Awesome.
Yes.
Karibu chai, Anthony.
Asante.
Karibu chai.
Here we
Awesome.
go.
Asante.
We don't just say karibu here.
Yes.
It is karibu chai. Check the kind of the what you have inside there.
That
You
is
have this one, the golden.
And it happened.
Hibiscus.
And you have the hibiscus.
Very good.
Very good.
Good.
Yeah.
This is what Kenya does, and many other products. We're very, up to the game.
Yes. And there's even another one, an export brand as well, from the same guys. Assis. Tea as is. City? See, tea. Now that you've given Anthony some tea.
Yes, let me give him some proverbs.
Yes, please.
Our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Republic of Liberia. One cannot be at the mouth of a river and use saliva to wash his hands.
One cannot be at the mouth of a river and use saliva to wash his hands. Anthony, what do you think the Liberians are telling us?
I think it's profound because it's almost like leaving value on the table. You know, you remember there is a cartoon that came and there, an African is sitting on a hut, waiting for investors to come, and below the ground we have everything.
Yes.
Or a man who left his land to go look for gold, but the whole land underground was gold.
Yeah.
And in some cases, it resonates with what we do. We have everything going for us in Kenya, but we leave the river and to saliva.
That's a good one. Well said. Well said. Anthony, at the helm of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, I know that you and your team are really, really busy now looking at the finance bill, and that's why you're here this morning to tell us what you found in the finance bill. But let's track backwards, okay? We saw the growth of the manufacturing sector in the Kibaki years, towards the end of the Kibaki years, and also into some years of the Jubilee administration. Then we saw a decline of that growth. So that by the beginning of this administration, the contribution of manufacturing to GDP was about, 7%?
7.2.
7.2%. And then there was this push and a conversation between Kenya Association of Manufacturers and others with the government, and saying, let us now refocus our energies into growing this to 20% by 2030. The 20 by 30.
Yes.
Then we saw the National Treasury release the economic survey report the day before yesterday. And last year, what was the performance of the manufacturing sector?
So it climbed from 7.2% to 7.8%. We are waiting for the numbers. Now we think the growth was about 2.8%, which is marginal. We expected to grow by 3x, because if you look at from 7.8%, if you do a graph to 20%, we need to be growing by 3x every year to be able to reach the 20%. Yes.
So it performed below par.
Below, it's underwhelming.
All right.
Yes.
Now we have the finance bill, and this budget should basically be spurring economic growth and especially encouraging the manufacturing sector, so we can then hit this target of 20% by 2030. Have you seen that? If you look at the finance bill, and if you look at, of course, the appropriations that are going into how much money is going to be spent in the manufacturing sector, what is the big picture?
I think, Eric, it's good to step back just a bit to 2023. And when the government came in 2022, back end of 2022, we were the second agency after NSC to meet with His Excellency the President. And we did this because we believe that this is a great opportunity for us. And we actually aligned sectors by sector, and we did a lot of analysis to go blow by blow and said, Your Excellency, if the interest for KK government is to create jobs, we know where the jobs are. And we went from textile sector, leather sector, pharma, plastics, construction, and we said, we have 1 million jobs. And it's not just about talking about 1 million jobs. We brought in the people who do the work. And we asked them 2 questions. One, there are many challenges that we face all the time. But this time, let's assume that you've been given all your wishes, been granted your wishes. What do you see, both from the local, number one, market, and also international market? And we mapped out with our members, meticulously looking at the opportunities. And we came up with the Vision 20 by 30. So the Vision 20 by 30 is not picking the numbers from the air. It's actually work that you've seen, and you've said, look at the sectors that can give you 2x growth, 3x growth, 5x growth. If you look at the textile, for instance, and you look at global perspective, we are exporting apparels to the US, all right? And in 2022, 2023, the average number is about $550 million US, right? While we are one of the big in Africa, that's about 60 billion. The global market is about $2.1 trillion, right? So we look at the pie which is a global market, and the slice of the pie. And we wanted to use that so that it's very, very simple for people to understand. If you look at that, it's a 0.00000%. So the problem is not the market. The problem is not people to work, because you have so many people who need work. The problem is not space. The problem is that we're not organizing ourselves to be able to take advantage of that. And we have looked at now saying, let's scan the whole globe and see. We've opened the market. AGOA is coming to an end next year, but there is renewal. And the good thing is that the president is in the U.S., so some of the conversations will be AGOA extension by 16 years. We've seen that draft going to the Congress. But we've opened Kenya-EU Economic Partnership Agreement. Duty-free access, quota-free access for the next 25 years.
To the EU.
27 countries in the EU. $16 trillion economy. But what are we doing to position ourselves? And I'm asking that question in the context of that AGOA is that we have implemented AGOA for the last 24 years. Out of 6,000 tariff lines that we have access to the American market, we've only used 6.
Jesus.
Okay. Sorry, Anthony, but then I have to ask why. Because even as I look at this, and just in preparation for this discussion, I said, okay, let me look for one economy on the globe that has developed and has not used or has not had manufacturing as its anchor. And I couldn't find one. Every single developed economy on the globe today has manufacturing at its anchor. So if we know this and we've seen this, because we know that in order for your economy to thrive, you have to be operating in surplus. And in order to operate in surplus, that means you must have made something and sold it and made a profit, and then that keeps coming back into the country, right? So you've talked about this 0.00, I don't know, to the nth percent of what is happening vis-a-vis the opportunities that have been created. And the question is, why are we not taking advantage of these opportunities that are laid bare at our feet? Why?
It's exactly what City said. Sitting in the river.
Using saliva.
To
wash our face.
Because the opportunities are there. We are in a very unique position. Look at where we are. From the equator, we can generate green energy, and we are generating green energy. We are equidistant between the Far East and the Western Hemisphere. We are 8 hours from Europe, from London. We are 14 hours from New York. We are almost the same to China. The container will move from India or China to raw materials from China to Nairobi in about 1 week, 2 weeks. We can be able to deliver clothes to the west coast of the US in Los Angeles in 32 days. So, but the problem is, we cannot come together and say, what is our comparative advantage? And therefore, put our resources where our mouth is.
But when you say you cannot, who do you mean? You've already said that the Association of Manufacturers and the private sector had the second meeting the president had with various sectors was with the manufacturers. So you already came together and you together developed the Vision 20 by 30. So when you say we cannot come together, who are you talking about?
I think the policy making is, as they say, is a political process. Okay? And there are many political actors. There are many actors in the market, political markets, economic markets. And the vision of that's where the value is lost. We lose the value between the two. So what we say when we meet in the boardroom and what happens when we come up with a bill and we'll come to this bill, a finance bill, it is underwhelming. Because it's not because of lack of information.
Right.
It is because of how the orgware works. The orgware is not working well. You know why? Because we have sat, if there is something that you've done over the last 2 years, is to sit with policymakers and technical people with the ministries, meaty National Treasury, KRA, and crunch the numbers. Remember the Finance Act 2023. We were here with you. And I told you that there are proposals within that bill that will actually crumble some sectors. And I'll give you just 3 examples. Paper. And paper is not just paper. Paper is a big deal. Because anything that this is packaging is paper.
Yeah.
Right? The unga that we use is paper. The cooking oil that we use is paper. I mean, is packaging.
Paper.
So, but let's just focus on paper. So paper, we came and said, oh, someone is producing locally. And therefore, let us put what is called an ingenious way of taxing raw materials, export, promotion, and investment levy. But this export is not promote export, it's actually taxing the import of raw materials. And we put 10% and 35% duty and excise. And we did an analysis and we made it very known to the policymakers and say, look, we don't operate in a vacuum. Kenya operates within EAC common external tariff. Right? We have a common custom union. So whatever decision you make here, you have to be aware of what others are doing. It's not like we are the only child in the family. We've opened our borders. We are also operating within COMESA. Right?
Yeah.
We are now breaking the walls to operate within AFCFTA, Africa Continental Free Trade Area. So whatever decision you make, you must have an eye on what all the others are doing. So what do? We are busy opening up, but when you come internally, we put levies like those ones I'm telling you, and therefore our products becomes expensive.
So what was that levy?
So that levy
was
export promotion.
Was imposed on any importation of raw material towards making of paper.
Paper,
right?
And packaging. And some certain grades that are common.
So that we can promote local manufacturers.
Yes.
Who are using local raw materials.
Yes.
So how is that bad?
Ostensibly. Nobody, and I say nobody on some of those grades of paper does it in Africa. Forget about Kenya. Nobody does it in Africa. The unga paper that you see comes from virgin pulp, and we can never grow that tree because unless we import ice, those trees are grown in Scandinavian countries, and we're not going to grow it. So we gotta get to a point where we say, what is our comparative advantage?
So Anthony, what you're saying is, by just imposing that, you affected almost all paper manufacturers in Kenya.
The unga paper went up by 6 shillings. Because of someone alleging they can make and they can't. And we have a very well established system of verification, and we call it National Verification System, where we bring the ministry concerned, the technical ministry, that is the Ministry of Industry, National Treasury, KRA, KEBS, everybody, ourselves, and the people alleging. But we have even reports that saying you can't do it. Cement clinker, that's what happened. We had a report that said, don't do anything until back end of 2026. And we sat many times at the ministry. And we said, you are the PS for industry. You are the PS for investment. You want to impose a levy on clinker. You want to attract investment. You have a target of attracting $10 billion investment. And I went around the room and asked all the manufacturers of cement and said, how much are you going to invest in the next 2 years? We came up with a $1 billion investment. And therefore, and we have 2 PSs sitting. They say, do you want to kill $1 billion investment because of this levy? And they chose to go with the levy, to kill.
So what's the impact of that in the last 1 year?
If you look at the report that was released the other day by KNBS, the government economic survey, you see that cement production went down by 100,000 metric tons.
Went down?
Down, production.
We're producing 100,000 metric tons less than we're producing before.
Yes.
In a year.
In a year. Now, let me just break that number for you so that you see the magnitude. 100,000 metric tons is 100 million kilos. It's 2 million bags of cement. It is 166,000 bags per month less. Why? You introduce a chokehold, unnecessary chokehold. So people cannot access raw materials. Someone would say, oh, there was dollar, it went up. But significantly, that levy of 17.5% is the one that caused all that problem. Okay. The same with steel.
Was there some positive? Was there more investment in clinker development?
You can't, because you've decimated the opportunity, because the capability for these companies to be able to go to the bank and borrow money, and this clinker, is not pocket change, it's a lot of money. You need to demonstrate to the bank that you are a viable going concern. Right. But before you do that, you have no access to raw materials. You can produce. So you can also invest backward. So we used to be exporters of steel. Now we are net importers of steel.
We used to be exporters of steel.
And we told the government, we said, look.
Wait. Yeah. We used to be exporters of steel.
Yes.
Steel manufactured here from our own ore.
Yes.
Into steel.
You see, this is a confusion that people get into.
Okay, yes.
Nobody does it 100% from end to end.
Okay.
The biggest trading component in the world, whether you're in America, you're in Russia, you're in China, is importation of raw materials or intermediate raw materials. You can never be 100% sufficient. So this is sometimes bundled in the conversation, and then you convolute the conversation.
But why are you not able to manufacture it from end to end?
Because for clinker, for instance, the license for limestone have not been issued for there is a moratorium.
Just because?
Yeah, the government has said there's a moratorium. You cannot mine limestone. So you don't have a license to mine limestone. So where are you going to get the clinker from?
Okay. And iron ore?
Iron ore, the same. There was a blanket moratorium for mining licenses in Kenya.
So when you were exporters of steel,
yes,
what was happening?
So what happens is that you import the raw materials, something called a billet. Billet is when you see a truck, on the road with
those long and the
billets. Once you bring it, then you add value. You have to get 100 products, from that, and you export those ones.
I see.
Now, if you look at the value chain between iron ore, billets to all the other products, this is one transformation and has about 1,000, 2,000, or 1,500 jobs. This one has over 100,000 jobs. So while you want to support this one, which we must, but it's not about imposing levies, because there are so many other incentives that you can give. And we support this investment. And we want all the other guys to come and also backward integrate.
So in the last year, what has happened to the steel industry?
So now we are getting the steels from East African countries.
We have stopped.
Because you see, the moment you...
What have the manufacturers done? They've stopped manufacturing?
You can get access to the billet, because you said you import 17.5% levy on import. Now you cannot import, all right?
Wait, so all these steel manufacturing companies that we see around here, are we saying that they're not doing any business?
They are doing minimal business, like this.
It's minimal?
Minimal.
Ish.
Yeah.
And it was growing previously.
Before this 17%. It had grown very fast because of some incentives that were given, but all of a sudden, with a strike of a pen,
we were promoting local industry.
Now, and we told the government, look, some of these policies are worse than zero-sum game, because we are operating within EAC. If you make it difficult for me to import through the port of Mombasa, and I can import through the port of Dar es Salaam and still track the same good, now we have container loads every day coming with steel. The problem is that the same investors here are the same investors in Tanzania and same investors in Uganda. So what have they done? You depress your investment decision here, you invest more in Tanzania, and then you bring the finished product. So you can make a decision as if you are the only child in the house.
What? Let's take a break. Anthony Mwangi, the CEO of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, is our guest this morning. The finance bill is out. So we've just been spending the first half hour looking at the impact of the Finance Act of 2023, and he's given us just those three examples, but also giving us the background of what is the manufacturing sector looking like right now. What is the idea and the ambition for the manufacturing sector is to contribute to the GDP by 20% by the year 2030. Last year, you contributed, 9.2% or thereabouts to the GDP? 7.8%. 7.8%. Jesus. We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Do you have the passion, the interest to tell a story to the world in your own style? Well, we're ready to take you in and help you grow your talents in the media industry. The Standard Group, in partnership with Talanta Institute, is offering a media training and incubation program courtesy of Standard Talanta Academy, where we nurture and guide industry talents on an array of topics from writing, reporting, media law and ethics, investigative journalism and research to the Kenya Copyright Board, Kenya Film Commission and the Kenya Films and Classification Board legal frameworks. To apply to the Standard Talanta Academy for our upcoming May intake, visit www.talanta.ac.ke or call 0724 468 468. The Standard Talanta Academy. Kenya Revenue Authority KRA reminds all business owners, including those who are not registered for VAT, to electronically generate and transmit their invoices to KRA via eTIMS. Did you know you can now register and generate eTIMS invoices by dialing *222#? Visit www.kra.go.ke to register and learn more about eTIMS and start invoicing your transactions today. The general public is also encouraged to request for an electronically generated receipt with every purchase. Vuka eTIMS leo. Kenya Revenue Authority. Tulipe ushuru, tujitegemee.
Some very nice, mature music.
It really took me back to my days, and I can just feel young again and enjoy the vibes.
16 degrees, and it's 16 and sunny in Nakuru and 17 and cloudy in Nyeri, 14 and cloudy in Eldoret, and looking into a cloudy Mombasa at 25. We'll see rain showers in Malindi at 26. It's 19 and partly sunny in Kakamega, while Kisumu is sunny at 22. Kampala is cloudy at 21 and Dar es Salaam raining at 24. We're looking into a mostly clear Johannesburg at 9 degrees, while Mogadishu at 28 is sunny and Addis Ababa at 16 is sunny. It's cloudy at 28 in Lagos and mostly clear at 24 in Kinshasa.
Spice up your life.
All right, coming off Ole Odume Road today, and then joining with what's coming off of all of these roads in this area, really. Heavy on Naivasha Road, coming in on Gong Road, and then into Lavington, out towards James Gishoro. In and outbound traffic over the drift is quite something. The Red Hill Link Road will give you some good reprieve as you're getting round through towards either Kuna Road out towards Spring Valley, or then you're going out through towards Limuru Road. It's busy on Waiaki. We're getting out into the city as well, but as we come in through Limuru Road, past the village market, and then out towards Gigiri and through towards Muthaiga, that gets busier as we go along. We're into traffic hour now, and look what's happening on the Thika Superhighway, heavy with traffic inbound, as well as on Kiambu Road, in and outbound traffic, but that sums up to many lanes trying to get through towards Muthaiga Square. Kangunda Road, very busy this morning, looking on the eastern side of the city, trying to then join with Outer Ring, as well as coming off of Komarok Road and then joining with Juja Road. All of that very busy today. The Eastern Bypass also just as busy, getting through towards that Mbakasi Loop and then touching on Outer Ring. It's busy as well into traffic hour. Let's see what happens as we come out of it. We'll talk on SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Let's continue our conversation with the CEO of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, Anthony Mwangi. So let's talk about now the finance bill. What are the proposals here?
So,
you want to start with the good news or the bad news?
No, I mean, the good
mix
news.
them up? Okay.
Because looking at now where we've come from, we spent inordinate amount of time just looking at how do we work together with government. How do we create a philosophy of growth? And we say, look, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. Let's look at what the philosophy of EAC is from taxation point of view. And their four-band structure. It's a four-band structure. So if you do not have raw materials within EAC, then don't put levies, don't put taxes. Let us have zero taxation on those raw materials, because when you bring the raw materials, you put them in the factory for value addition, that's where the jobs are.
Yep.
Number two, if someone has that raw material but not in sufficient quantities, we'll actually propose that we add 10% duty to protect them. That's what we did for clinker, right? That's what we did for steel. That there is a duty, 10% duty, but we know you don't have enough. We know there is work to be done. You put 10% to allow these people to import, but nobody wants to import if it is you have that product here. 25% on intermediate products, raw materials. Even if they're available here and you impose 25%, you are sufficiently able to compete.
Yeah.
The last one is that 5% on finished goods. And we said, if we follow this structure, even when we're structuring our finance act, our finance bill, you'll allow Kenya to be competitive from production point of view and therefore create jobs. Then we went and said, okay, let's look at now the specifics. And the CS for industrialization or MITI, formed a group, Kenya Business Reform Action Plan, where we sit and we say, look, we've talked about ease of doing business. Let's look at the cost of doing business. And we came out 4 costs, just to guide the process. Because the budget process is a long process. We started way back in September last year.
Yeah.
And we said 4 key costs. The cost of taxation, the cost of energy, the cost and tenure of capital, and the cost of what you call regulatory costs, right? And said, let's work on a program where we propel way before you work on the finance bill. We escalate this all the way to the highest level so that they find their ways into the finance bill. Once we do this, we'll be able to produce. Now, the bill comes out, and we're still discussing the same things we're discussing in 2023. Now, the export levy that was on 3 products, broad products, has now been extended to about 60 products.
But,
okay. We were here talking about edible oil, right?
Yep.
And that's what we discussed last time.
Yes.
And I told you it's going to be a disaster. Because at that time, the government attempted to import finished goods. And we said, why would you do that? Now, if you go to ICD and some warehouses in Mombasa, they're still full of that oil. There's about 2 acres of oil in ICD, just packed. But that's a conversation for another day. Now, we're talking about impose of excise duty on the crude palm oil. We are talking about eco-levy, which applies to almost all packaging materials. And that's why when we have done the calculation, that the cost of cooking oil will go up by about 80 to 100%.
Double?
Now, it's going to double, yes.
The cost of
because you see what you've done.
Oil.
Cooking oil.
Because what you've done is to add excise on the raw material.
Yeah.
Or, raw material is not just, the raw material, this intermediate raw material, that is a crude palm oil. And then you put excise, which you cannot recover when you sell your product. And there is one thing that policymakers, I think, may need to understand. And I'm not sure they understand it very well. You do not tax companies or products. The person who pays that tax is a consumer. So it doesn't matter. You can put 1,000%.
The end user is
The end user has to pay.
Yeah.
But we worry as manufacturers about our competitiveness. Because remember, if we talked about cement, today you can bring a bag of cement from Egypt and sell it cheaper than you can get from here. And you've seen the cost, how the cost has escalated over the last 1 year. The cost has escalated from almost 500 shillings that has been stable for a long time to almost 850 in some places.
Per bag.
Per bag. The cost of construction has gone up by 40%. But you're saying, and we've crunched that data with KRA and the data is there. They said, if you're in a hole, stop digging. But you're still digging. So if you look at the whole of that bill and ask yourself, what is the theory of progress? And you need to see a golden thread, how that bill propels production.
Yeah.
This bill is actually inhibits production further.
If it is relatively easy to see that this then stifles production, that this then essentially stifles productivity and stifles development, then why would you go for something like that when an entire manufacturing, because this is not about manufacturers just being on the wailing end and saying that, you are actually making it difficult for us to do business, because like you said, raise it by 1,000%. The person who's going to suffer or the person who's going to pay for it is the consumer at the end of the line. And as the consumer, we're going to say, well, this is becoming too expensive. We're essentially going to either stop consuming, stop purchasing, and that puts the manufacturer back in the doldrums, right? So if this is so clear to be seen, we can see it, that it is clear that this is actually a stifler to development and production. Why would you go ahead with it?
I think is what I mentioned, that the policy making, because these are policy, is a political process. It's not economics. If you look at it, it's not just pure economics. It's political economy, right? But we understand where the government is attempting to deal with. And initially last year, they attempted to do the cost of cooking oil by bringing in cooking oil. It didn't work, right? Now the attempt to say, this $1.2 billion that we spent to bring in CPU, we're going to grow it ourselves. I say, okay, granted. Should we now sit down and work on a framework how that is going to work? Because you can give farmers sunflower seeds, 35 counties, 47 counties. What are they going to do with it?
Sure.
We still have poor people who are planting maize, and we don't have maize for milling. Everybody's planting maize, but they're still poor.
It's not enough.
So what makes the sunflower a magic crop? It's not going to happen, because you need production capacity. Someone come and say, okay, can we bring our guys together so that we have people doing crude oil all over the country, and then you take the crude oil and say, look, it's not that simple. The capacity to do sunflower is there. Show us, where is the sunflower? We take over it 100%. But you see, that's not the conversation. The conversation is that you're going to have women group, doing cooking oil
together,
all over.
Cooperatives, and then
cooperatives are doing
counties
that.
offering
and
seeds.
And then they do what with it?
So, essentially, it really does look as though we can say that there's a desire for the manufacturing agenda to be at the very top of the priority list, but that's just in word. And it does look as though, again, unfortunately, there is a cabal. It could be a community of businesses or individuals then who will benefit directly. But across the board, if we look at development across the country, whereby we say sunflower, for example, do you have a capacity? Yes, there's a capacity. How is it going to work? Well, we're not really going to bother with that, because the interest really is not there. We can say it, but we're not going to put in the necessary machinery to make sure that it actually works. So even when you have a bill like this, that it really is not for the benefit of the country at large.
What you say makes perfect sense, but consider, if we were to use the word benefit contextually, all the things that we say or we are informed were supposed to have been done, the lingering effect that we see has very little good in it. What you see is a situation that previously was thriving, taking a downward spiral. So if there was a benefit, it was like dew just before the sun comes up. One moment it's there, you see it, then the next moment it's actually not there.
But is somebody not benefiting? Somebody somewhere is benefiting. But what we're saying here is that the idea or the science behind having a finance bill, or the science behind developmental production agenda, is that for the country at large, across board, whether you have your small scale, middle scale, large scale production or manufacturers, to benefit across board. Even if you do want to collect taxes for the country then to move forward and do this through everybody at whatever level that they are at, being able to succeed.
You're actually right.
But that's not happening.
No, so, not happening. It is not going to happen.
That's exactly. So it's like it's pre-designed to fail, and we are sacrificing the development of a nation and its manufacturing capabilities on the altar of self-interest of a few.
I just wanted to follow that line of thought. And I believe that His Excellency the President means well, because, and I have said in Ghana, and actually when making my address, I said, Your Excellency, the value chain approach that you've taken in the plan was actually a masterstroke. And we actually ourselves looked at that approach. We came up with a fourth pillar called agriculture for industry. Because you cannot talk about agriculture without talking about agro-processing. So he said A for I, agriculture for industry. And it was purely to support and say, farmers are here, agro-processors are here, they don't know each other. The farmer is crying, start to plant with eyes closed, don't know who will buy the product. The agro-processor powers the factory in January, doesn't know whether they're going to get the raw materials. We are trying to bridge this gap. And I'll just give you a small example. On a small value chain called peanuts. And we say peanuts because they're just peanuts, right? Njugu, peanuts.
Oh, okay.
Now, peanut processing is a big deal, right? It's a small value chain, but it's a big deal. We import peanuts for industrial processing from Malawi, Argentina, Brazil, India.
We import peanuts.
Peanuts.
For what?
Karanga. For peanut butter, for and other products. Right?
Okay.
Now, this is 5 billion industry. But it's a small value chain, right? Malawi is a country of about a tenth of our GDP. But we buy 90% of our peanuts from there.
Wow.
Now, guess what? It's Kenyans who went and helped Malawi organize the value chain. So what have we done? What have we done? We've said, if you go to Migori, you go to Homa Bay, and go to other counties, and you visit someone, when you're leaving, they give you a gorogoro. They give you a gorogoro of peanuts. Yeah, right?
Yes.
But yet we don't have peanuts for industrial production.
Because?
Because we have not organized ourselves. The same thing. Now, what have we done? We've gone to Homa Bay and say, County of Homa Bay, Your Excellency the Governor, you're very progressive. We like the way you're working. Let us work together. Come to Camp Boardroom. We bring our members who are in this value chain. Let's debate together. Let's work on this small value chain.
Right.
As we're speaking now, we have farmers planting the right grade of peanuts in Homa Bay. And our members are going to offtake it 100%.
So they are like contract farming.
Contract farming. Right? We organize that. And I just want to play back in sorghum. Sorghum is one of those forgotten crops. EABL came and organized that value chain. The farmers who are doing sorghum today can go to the bank, borrow money because there is a contract. And they are earning 3 billion shillings. So what is so different with sunflower? Because we actually have said, show us, where is this one, sunflower? Show us. We're going to buy it 100%. But now, when you put these levies, it's not going to help anybody. Because before those local and small scale SMEs build the capacity, how long is that going to take?
So you need a number of years. Basically, you're saying, let's work X number of years ahead.
Yes.
And start now and say, by 2028, we'll start now increasing the levies because we have increased our local capacity.
Exactly. Now, what did Uganda do? Uganda, and sometimes we sit here in Kenya and think we are very strategic. But actually, we are losing that. Uganda, a few years ago, they came to our members and said, you guys, you're processing cooking oil, come, we'll give you land. So one company went, got 30,000 acres of land for $1. $1.
Free.
So, because they know the value. You're going to go deploy a lot of capital to plant palm oil and start processing. Very soon we start importing cooking palm oil from Uganda. Duty free, because you can impose duty on them. Now they've opened another 30,000 acres. So they're talking about 60,000 acres of palm. Tell me, where are you going to get that kind of land here? And even if you plant palm oil today,
we have land.
Where is it?
There's a place called Galu, not very far away from
I mean, you can plant.
Galana Kulalu.
Yeah, palm oil cannot grow in some of these ecological zones. So,
but in Homa Bay, if you organize the farmers, you can then get
now, which is a very different business model. Which farmer is going to wait for 7 years before they earn anything?
In this country,
because they want to change the ecosystem of
with the school, because you want to make Kenya more competitive than Uganda.
We got to look at what we are competitive in.
So the taxes that have been proposed now in the current bill, how likely are they to further impact the manufacturing sector?
I mean, we're very, very clear, and in our initial statement, and we're going, and that bill is very, very complex. If you've looked at the bill, it's extremely complex. If you're not a tax expert, you're not a lawyer, you wouldn't understand anything in that bill. Other than the simple things people are talking about, the motor vehicle, Because you see this bill, the way it's crafted, they say this article amends an article in another law that amends another one in another law. So you have to have about 3 of them
all
here.
the laws there to see what's going on.
And it's very deliberate. It's not science. I mean, it's very deliberate. And that's why you get to Parliament, people have not seen it, have not say, how did you pass ETIMS? And I know you guys talked about ETIMS. Inordinate, unintended consequences to small farmers. Anyhow, so we've looked at the basic one, the IDF.
Import
IDF
declaration.
That's import declaration fee. The wisdom of even the previous government was, because and I know you don't want to go back to previous government because people get sensitive. The wisdom was differentiate IDF for raw materials, because you want to bring raw materials at competitive rate, and finished goods. But 2023 they bundled them together, the same. Import is import.
It's import.
Now what they've done is to move it from 2.5% to 3%. Again, makes us uncompetitive. Against our neighbors. Our neighbors don't have IDF, they don't have RDL.
Wow.
So in some of this grade, if you do computation, you put import duty, export levy,
railway development,
RDL, IDF, and others, you find that in some products, and we are competing within EAC, we are at 42%, everyone else is at 3, 4, 5%. So then you ask yourself, how are we losing?
But then, Anthony, as we conclude, you have sat, and you've told us, you've sat in a team organized by the Ministry of Industry to look at what needs to be done to help this sector grow, and look at it from taxation, from regulatory framework. What do you need in terms of access to capital, cost of capital, all those things, so that you can take them to cabinet, and then cabinet will look at them and also influence what happens with this kind of bill. So where is the breakdown in the chain?
It's actually a puzzle.
What happened? You presented this. This is government saying, "Come, let's work together so we do this," and then you see this. So how?
It's actually a puzzle because I've seen some of the proposals. So the budget process is very elaborate. So we call our members over a period of about 3 months. What do you think how we can grow this sector? How we can grow this sector? And then we go with these proposals to the Ministry of Industry. We sit down, we argue, we come to a position. Once we come to a position, we go to the National Treasury. Again, together. Remember, this time you're going together with the Ministry of Industry. Because you're tied at the hip. We go to the National Treasury and say, look, National Treasury, this is how you're going to generate revenue. Once we align, the document then is transmitted to Parliament. But there's a few iterations there. Because remember, National Treasury is not a legal arm. So it has to go through the state law, government printer. By the time it gets out of the pipeline to go to Parliament for it to be a bill, it's a different document.
So the mongrel that comes out is not the mongrel that left the treasury?
No. And this is where the puzzle is. Now, the challenge is this. I'll give you an example.
In about 30 seconds.
Diapers, we used to import all the diapers and sanitary wear, pre-2015. Now we have created a local capacity. And we went and said, government, we want to show you how we can get 3 billion shillings from this sector. Instead of exempt status, put 3% VAT. Now what they do is say, oh my goodness, let's put equal levy on this. Now we go back to where we are because now people can import diapers from Egypt cheaper. It's underwhelming.
Goodness. But what you agree at the ministry, what goes to the treasury, and you agree, and what ends up being published as a bill, different. You keep iterating.
Yeah.
It's
what Koreans will say, kisera sera.
Anthony Mwangi, CEO of Kenya Association of Manufacturers, has been our guest. We'll continue discussing the finance bill and what we need to think about in the next hour. Good morning, 8 a.m.
It's now 8 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm La Obaga. The Ministry of Health is now blaming the Treasury for the vaccine crisis in the country. Medical Services Principal Secretary Harry Kimtai has asserted that the nationwide vaccine shortage is as a result of the 3.6 billion debt owed to suppliers. 10 counties are hardest hit, with parents forced to travel long distances to neighbouring counties to seek services. Among the most affected counties are Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, Nyamira, Kilifi, Siaya and Migori.
So we are going to pay UNICEF and Gavi the 2 billion, and then we still have an outstanding bill of vaccines amounting to 1.6 billion. Here, this is something that we are supposed to pay. I know we have a facility, a revolving facility, that if we exhaust, then they will block supply of vaccines. So we are supposed to get this money and then pay. I had requested 1.2, and we realized that we needed an additional 750 million. In that year, we have a challenge of payment of the vaccines, and therefore there was an outstanding bill of about 3.6 billion.
Chairperson of the National Assembly Budget and Appropriations Committee, Ndindi Nyoro, has revealed that the government will confirm all junior secondary school teachers who are currently on internship terms. Speaking on a local TV station, Nyoro divulged that the 2024-2025 financial budget had already set aside 300 billion shillings for the Teacher Service Commission to employ JSS teachers on permanent and pensionable terms. Nyoro was defending the budget cuts in the following fiscal year, where projections showed the education sector budget had been slashed, with basic education being reduced by 19.429 billion shillings.
TSC is gaining because, and by the way, TSC is the #1 highest institution in terms of funding in Kenya, over 300 billion Kenya shillings. We want to confirm the JSS teachers. We are going to provision money for the confirmation to permanent and pensionable terms.
Nyoro further downplayed assertions intimating that the school feeding program has been scrapped due to its absence in the proposed budget. He insisted that while the program's allocation has not been outlined in the budget, it has not been abandoned by the state.
Education seems to have lost, but if you look at even, for example, about school feeding program, you realize there is a reallocation of who to handle what. Previously, you realize school feeding program has been at or more or less a parastatal called NACONEC. Then the ministry is reallocating the same for the department to handle exactly those roles. And therefore, in that respect, I want to assure all the people who are supported by government in that regard that will continue. School feeding program is there. For example, you'll find many things in the budget around RDS, regional development authorities. You realize there is no budget allocated in those kind of sagas because the roles are changing from them to a different area.
That's the News Wire. I'm La Obaga.
Traffic on Vibes Radio.
Okay. Patrick Lodge, Otieno Lumumba. Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
CT Muga.
CT Lodge.
Muga, not Muga.
He's here, and here's the day's proverb.
One man marries a woman, another man marries trouble.
Is he the same man?
Spice.
A lion cannot eat more than 2 donkeys. It would die a natural death because there is no ICU in the forest. In Kenya, it has become the situation that you cannot conduct 2 elections. In fact,
with the same
Bukati,
IEBC.
You can't.
I told you about this Indian friend of mine who was enjoying other Indians in the group. He wrote the word valve and told them, read it.
So how did he say it? I really want to know.
The valve. Because kina Edna is the, like you said, the bees are the peas. Kila kitu mkapo mkisia kisema atasema opposite.
Opposite?
Ukisema hii anasema opposite. Opposite. Wewe ukisikiliza namna hii unasikia opposite.
The Situation Room, Spice. The only way to start your day. 102.5 Spice FM. Kisumu.
Okay, a few minutes after 8 o'clock, traffic still doing the thing in the city this morning. It's coming in heavy from the Eastern Bypass, and you're touching on North Airport Road. A little bit of traffic coming in from Cabanas, heading out towards Outer Ring. But in the city, it's crazy, really. Everywhere you look, really, on the Thika Superhighway coming in towards Moranga Road. As you get towards the Globe Cinema roundabout, very, very busy traffic. Coming in from Wangari Maathai, there must be something, that junction between Wangari Maathai Way and Limuru Road, then getting round towards museums. Some of that traffic going then towards Chiromo, the rest of it coming out towards Uhuru Highway. Not quite sure what's going on there, but let us know if you know what's popping. On a Ring Road Westerns, it's busy. Coming in from James Gishuru and Mzima Springs, everybody then meets at the junction of Waiaki Way and James Gishuru. Very, very busy. We're in traffic hour, and that's for sure. Really doesn't matter where you look today. It's packed. Let's talk, guys. If you find a good route or one that you must avoid, talk to us. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's 7 after 8. How are you doing? On to the third hour of The Situation Room. Welcome very much. So you can watch it. It's called King what? Kantai.
King Kantai.
King Kantai. What kind of man was he?
He was a man who worked. He was a good man.
Right. He's a good man.
He was a hardworking man.
An honest man.
He was an honest man. And he put together a fortune over years. And then after that, he was conned. Imagine everything, his life savings, all the work that he did. So you want to know who conned him, how he was conned, where he lived? You're going to have to log on to Showmax. Subscribe to Showmax, www.showmax.com, or download the Showmax app, and then start watching things like Kantai, the Real Housewives of Nairobi. Did you want to know what those chicks do? I can find out.
We've been told.
Those are real housewives.
The real housewives.
Yes,
you want to know what housewives for real in Nairobi are up to. For real, as you would say. So you can find out for as little as 300 shillings a month. How about you get onto Africa's upgraded streaming platform that is Showmax, and it's all in HD, so you can basically see the pixels of the production. Essentially, what we're talking about. I'm telling you, it's fantastic. Il pixelile, and you can hear the sound. Okay, so what are we talking about? That you can also download when you have access to Wi-Fi or data, and then you can watch later. Hey. Did you hear that? And then you can watch later. So we can look at a situation whereby all of your entertainment at your fingertips on the go. Shika Showmax.
Hapo ndipo. Yes. And City, so the E-teams, generating an E-teams is with from KRA is very easy.
Well, it is really very simple. That is the simple truth of it. So long as you have a smartphone, it's something that is even simpler than asking for these loans that the phone's supposed to give you. Okay? It is star 222 hash. And once you do that, you will enter into an array of choices that you will be given by the e-citizen. Please select KRA. Once you select KRA, as we say in Kiswahili, I like this word, bonyeza.
You do, me too.
I really like that word.
Bonyeza.
And once you bonyeza, you will then be asked to fill in certain details. Key to the details that you'll be filling in will be the PIN of the entity that you wish to invoice.
There you go.
And key to the invoicing process will be the PIN. Once you have the PIN and you enter it, that's it. Again, bonyeza. And you're compliant.
Okay, so once you enter, then what do? You can email or you can download that?
Yes, those options are provided for you.
Hey.
Yes.
As simple as that.
It's as simple as that.
E-teams by KRA. Simpler than 1, 2, 3. It's as simple as 2, 2, 2.
It is as simple as 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 3 requires you to sort of like move around and alter. 2, 2, 2, no movement. It's the same thing 3 times.
Hapo, where you are. Okay. If you go somewhere in Olenguruoni, you will find some lush-looking tea estates, right? As far as your eye can see. 2,317 acres of a piece of land in Olenguruoni has been planted tea bushes. 1,200 acres has trees and natural ecosystem. 1,200 acres of just tea.
That's a lot of land with shrubbery and trees.
And then 2,300 is Majani Chai. Carpet.
I'm telling you that
green.
That thing is so visually
undulating hills up and down is just
green.
That is.
Looks like a carpet of green.
Imagine it's a Kiptagich tea estates. Okay, this is Kenyan. So what they do is they pick that tea, and then they bring into their factories. They process, they blend, they produce premium tea. It's called Assis premium teas. This one I'm holding is the Assis golden tea. The one you're looking at, CT, is which one?
It's hibiscus.
Assis hibiscus.
Yes, yes, and it's just one of the many
brands and
that
products.
they have. Yes.
Assis golden blend teas are carefully chosen, freshly picked, expertly processed to guarantee high quality, deeply satisfying flavor and a perfect cup of tea at all times. You know one thing about Kenya? Chai, anytime. Jua iko hapa katikati. Tea.
When you say in Kenya, any time is tea time.
For real?
No, for real.
Yeah. So next time you're thinking tea, go for this one, Assis premium teas. Choose whatever flavor you want to go for. It's from local farms, picked by local hands, processed by local experts, to be taken by local you.
Doesn't get more local, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't. Remind us the day's proverb, City.
Yes. Our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Republic of Liberia. One cannot be at the mouth of a river and use saliva to wash his hands.
So you're going to the mouth of the river.
And there's water.
Kwanza, mouth of the river. This is when it's still fresh from underground. Okay?
Headquarter.
You can't even say to you, oh, you know, this water, there are people who are doing activities upstream.
Cows, no.
You are at the source of the river. And then you're looking at that water coming from the ground, clean.
So you say, I need to wash my face.
Then you spit on your hands. Clever you.
Kisho yako ni mzuri kweli. Wewe kisho yako ni mzuri kweli.
Kisho inaenda kombo.
Kisho ni mbaya. Now, we are in this, era of the finance bill. Yesterday we heard from EABL. We also heard from the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Today we've heard from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. And we are picking these ones because these are people who are directly impacted by the finance bill in terms of their investments, and therefore they will give us what they feel is going to positively or negatively affect them in business. We'll bring more and more from the various sectors to hear what they think about everything, including motor vehicle traders. Okay? We'll hear from all of them. And then on the other hand, then we start also hearing from the political class and what's picked up. So there's been the chatter on, proposed introduction of levies on bread. So that is likely to increase the cost of bread. And then we're also hearing from those who are close to those who are in government saying, Mambo ya mkate, don't worry. That one we have to listen to the people. I mean, hatuwezi tesa no. You to deal now. And so on and so forth. The point is, the finance bill is a voluminous document. It is many pages.
137.
Imagine. Now, 137 pages of a document, and that document is not like a novel. That you're starting the story from Nini and you go.
And it doesn't have pictures.
It is so Ndu told city. No, it is section ABC proposes to amend section this of this act by deleting the word that and inserting therein the word for.
Yes.
Now you have to understand which is this act. What does it say that that means? When you remove that and you put for, what's the impact of that? What's going to happen?
Now, in understanding this particular section, you have to reference Kenya Finance Bill 2022, Section 3A, okay? Paragraph 4B, okay? So at what? Yes.
Even the definition, because I just, trying to look up at starting the very beginning, that what is a finance bill, what is the purpose of it, or what's the act? And we look at the very reason why it was instituted from the very beginning. The proposals, so this is what it is, that the finance bill is the proposals of the government for levy of new taxes, modification of the existing tax structure, or continuance of the existing tax structure beyond the period approved by Parliament, that is then submitted to Parliament through this bill. So essentially what you're saying is that you're going to take what was already there, you're going to see if there's anything in it that needs to be changed, or if you want to prolong the same things that you had agreed for a further period, or if you want to then tinker with anything else. But it is entirely based on what was previously there before. So you cannot read any new period of a finance bill in isolation. That you cannot enact it in isolation, that it is almost entirely or partially based on the previous one. So you cannot say, well, we're reading the one for 2024 if you do not have intimate knowledge of 2023 or 2022 or 2021 for that matter. Because they're all linked to each other.
Yes.
So if you raise our hands in a protest, we must be sure of what we are saying or what we are protesting, because it is based on something else. So one must ask the question, is it wrapped up in all of this economic jargon to intentionally confuse you? Or is it wrapped in all of this economic jargon to put you off from wanting to get into the nitty-gritty of what it exactly means? Because guess what? Information is what?
Is
power. If you knew exactly what they were saying, and if you knew exactly how they wanted to enact it, that ups the likelihood that you would then be able to come at it with some kind of knowledge. And far be it from us to even imagine that somebody would not want the general population to know exactly what they were doing. Far be it. I mean, you cannot imagine. Why would we want you all to know? Because then you would say, the lady doth protest much.
Too much.
Right? So how about I wrap it up in a language and I put it in a place where people, even the members of Parliament themselves, are not so likely to do what? To read and understand it. Because if I present you with something you don't understand and I put it in words that you're not likely to want to decipher, the chances of you putting it aside and say, okay, jolly well, do whatever you want is very high. So you'll be left to your own vices. Is it intentional?
I think by design it can only be this way. Because you see, the finance bill is looking at the various ways of raising tax. Now, the various ways of raising tax is contained in the various acts. There's a VAT Act, there's an excess duty, there's what, this and the other. There are different pieces of legislation governing different aspects of revenue generation, of business management, of economic management, various aspects. And if you want to then impact another one, for example, if you're talking about, promoting the local textile industry, you may require to amend something that in a textile act so that it aligns with how you're going to raise the revenue on this other end from excise duty or from VAT or from whatever, right? So the finance bill is basically typically going to be an omnibus bill. It has to be an omnibus bill. It's saying, so this is how we're going to raise the revenue. For us to do this, then we have to actually change this piece of legislation here, so that we talk about motor vehicle importation. We have to change this piece of legislation here, so we talk about bread manufacturing and importation. We have to change this one here, so we talk about export of steel and other finished products from the case. All these bits will now have to come together into this omnibus bill. The question, and it's not the only omnibus bill that goes to Parliament. There are other omnibus bills that go into Parliament that seek to amend, instead of telling Parliament, so sit for 2 weeks to discuss this particular amendment, this particular act, which we are seeking to amend 2 clauses in it, this other which we're seeking to amend 1 clause in it. So you combine all of them, which have minimum amendments, into an omnibus bill. And it goes to Parliament. Now, the import is that all concerned will know that this omnibus bill is actually touching our sector, our area, this and the other. Now, the finance bill, and we're seeing a lot of interest in the public on the finance bill and how it's then structured. What is the better way of making sure that people can understand the finance bill? Like, you look at it and you see, so this is the direction. Probably it's how do we break it down? We have the Constitution of Kenya, 2010, when during the campaigns for yes or no in 2010, we saw the publication of the abridged versions of the Constitution.
Yes, we did.
So there's a whole document of the Constitution of Kenya. It starts from preamble, goes all the way to all the schedules of the Constitution. And then there was the abridged version and says, this is the popular version of the Constitution. What does it say in the Bill of Rights? It says, comprehensively, you have right to life, right to this, right to this, right to the other. What does it say about our governance?
About your rights.
It brings down our government into executive, legislature, and this is how the legislature will look like. It breaks it down. What does it say about this other, aspect of public finance management? This is how we shall manage our finances, blah, blah, blah. An abridged version. Maybe what we need is that kind of thing. An abridged version of the finance bill, a popular version that can easily tell you, if we open the chapter on food products, bread, milk, what, this is proposing to increase tax on inputs on bread.
Simply.
This is proposing to lower tax on wheat. This, and the effect of it will be this, the other.
Why wouldn't they do that? Why wouldn't they do that? It's a lot of work. You think that's the reason why they don't do it?
But all these things are a lot of work.
Yeah.
And it is why we pay them that pretty penny that we pay them. Yeah, so that they can look at this a lot of work and ensure that it meets the desires of the people who put them in those jobs to begin with. That's what this thing is all about. It cannot be 137 pages you can read in a day if you want to. Okay?
Yes, you can.
You
That's
can
a short
understand
story.
in a day. But then again, when people are used to reading the sports section of the newspaper and then looking at the obituaries and then perhaps just looking at the headline, ask them to read even 5 pages is tedious.
And I think upon that realization is the reason why it's wrapped up in this jargon. And I think that's because I understand that it's omnibus and it has to have all of those details. But I think also that there is no desire to break it down and make it, then easy morsels for people to then consume because of that very thing that you said. So then there I have an opportunity to just leave things either vague or I be very deliberate about other things that I'm going to put into this bill because I know that you are not going to consume it. And I know that you're not going to take the time to want to really see what it means unless it directly affects you. Like the folks who are in the manufacturing, for example, that we spoke to yesterday, or the folks that we spoke to this morning. right? So I already know that your first desire is not to take the 137 pages and really try to understand what it is. So what does that allow me to do? That allows me then to put things that will then become law into it, and I know that you've not consumed it.
You know, I've heard it said that these documents are difficult to read. They're not actually difficult to read. They're even not that difficult to understand. There will be things you don't understand. Like with most things, then you'll ask. It's like you ask me to read the Constitution. It's readable. I can understand what it's saying. There's a question of the interpretation. But you see, we seem to assume that interpretation must be done by someone other than yourself. I can also interpret it. It is written. I can see it. You are 100% right. We do not have a culture of reading to begin with. I'm speaking generally here in this country. We actually don't. And it's becoming less so. When you have people who want to consume news in bite size, meaning news flash, what are those things called? You're sitting and something pops out and it's 2 lines. That's news.
Yeah.
Now, when you come from a culture where news is going into it, it's pages and pages of it, so that you understand the stone that was thrown. Is it a stone that was found on the riverbed, or is it a remnant of something that fell from a rock on a hill? Now, those details, you are 100% right. Most people don't want to get into it. Rightfully so. When you employ someone to sweep your house, should you also go to the house to sweep it, and you're paying someone to sweep it? If you employ someone to cook. Yeah, I mean, you may cook every once in a while if you want to, but that's the job you expect them to cook. These are legislators.
That's their job.
Yes, it's not really complicated. They are the one group of people who cannot tell us the pages are too many. They cannot. They cannot tell us it's difficult. They cannot. Because the moment you say that, you're saying you're not equal to the task. This job that you are given by your constituents is a little too much for you. You want lighter duties, as we say it. What we are seeing is one of the best things that this country has ever actually experienced. There's public participation in the finance bill, because it's being highlighted and people are beginning to ask the question, how will this thing actually affect me?
Us, right?
Yes. It's being asked, and the asking is getting louder. Now, those whose expertise is to understand these things, to synthesize, we have all manner of NGOs who do this sort of thing, civil societies who do these things. Well, this is how they're supposed to earn their keep. Synthesize this thing, break it down into bite sizes, make it palpable. If it's something that requires grinding so that it's in powder form, grind it so that it is easy to consume. There are people who understand these things better than we do, and there are many of them. Yes. There are people who do nothing but understand such things. At the end of the day, the finance bill will affect our lives, whether we like it or not. The key is to understand how it will affect the majority of us.
Okay. So then should we say, is it important to break down this piece of legislation or all the pieces of legislation and have more time for people to interact with it?
Yes.
For what purpose?
Interacting with it enables...
I mean, we are talking about now everybody across the country.
Yes.
Somebody who is a farmer somewhere in Kimana, who then will have access to bits of the finance bill. Angalia hivi asome ajue.
Mimi kama mkulima,
this is how
the finance bill itani affect namna gani. Yes.
And who should do this then? Who should break it down?
The elected leaders.
So Parliament as an institution should do this?
But they're legislators.
Or is it the National Treasury that should publish this and give out the...
National Treasury has to do what you suggested. Give us a version that breaks down these things into sections. Hii department itakuwa affected namna hii. Hii section itakuwa affected namna hii. We are proposing this so that we can easily consume it. Put it into what? 10 pages? We can consume it. Then these legislators, it is their job, because they're the ones who are elected, not anybody else. It is them to take that message to the people and say, this is what they're saying. We'd like to encourage you to talk about it. Okay? We are going to go to the vernacular radio stations to talk about these things so that you understand it. We are going to bring people to discuss it at this and these hours so that you can understand it. And we're going to have these discussions for this number of days so that you can actually understand and you can call in and you can contribute. So that by the time you're talking about the bill being enacted, you can say people actually got to interact with it. That is not something we can say for the 2023 financial bill. We cannot say that for the 2020. We cannot say
for any.
No, this is the time when it can happen. It hasn't as yet happened. Yes, because anything that affects us in this manner, with this magnitude, the opportunity for people to interact, and every group of individuals, every state corporation, every ministry that's involved should do their bit to ensure that the Mwananchi is in a position to understand it.
I hear the very loud question being that even after there is a comprehension, let's assume that we get to the place whereby there is, sufficient consumption of the information, and then there is consumption which then leads to some kind of comprehension, understanding through and through. That then what importance then does it hold thereafter beyond that you have a personal, collective, communal understanding of what's happening? What happens thereafter?
Then what happens next?
Because at the end of the day, for it to pass or not pass still lies in the hands of Parliament, right?
Yeah.
So, is there sufficient then citizen participation or citizen activity whereby we have an understanding of this, and we're going to go to a member of Parliament, Eric, and say, you know what, we've understood that this, and this, and we, as the people whom you represent, we ask that you either pass it or don't pass it, and that's what public participation is all about. The question is that, is society right now, as it is currently constituted, does it present that opportunity where people have consumption and then comprehension and then go to the person who represents them and say, then based on that, my friend, you cannot pass this. You must reject or you must accept. Do we see that flow of activity happening? And will we see that if people are able to consume it in bite-sized pieces?
I think it will come naturally. Because once you have then access to information that you can understand, that you see this is how it's going to impact you positively or negatively, then you have the impetus to start engaging. You'll engage with the local leadership at whatever level. You'll engage with others and you'll start giving your feedback, informed feedback. And then that means that when Parliament is sitting to discuss these issues, it is sitting to discuss the issues knowing that it's dealing with an informed electorate. So if you overwhelmingly come out to say this is the reason why we are supporting this or we are opposing this, you are saying we are opposing this because of A, B, C, D. And you cannot be dismissed to be saying, you guys don't understand. You guys do not see the point. You guys are just making noise because you're the ones, many of you don't pay tax. Look at what happened in the housing levy bill conversation. The number one dismissal of this, of the opponents was, wale watu wanapiga kelele, si wale watapata kazi. Wale wanapiga kelele, ni wale wadosi.
Tayari, wako sawa.
Wako sawa, wako na nyumba. Wale wanapiga kelele, you see? And then everybody else is like, yeah, but this thing is going to, it's only affect those ones. Until you see that the housing levy is actually going to be on your gross income. It's not your salary income. Right? And you start seeing it being applied, or you're a landlord, income housing levy. Oh, now you're doing ETIMS. This is an income housing levy. And then you're like, Allah, we bwana. I thought it was for just precisely. So if we get to a level where we are understanding and interrogating and interacting with the information with facts, then we shall engage with facts. And it will be very hard for anybody to come and tell you, no, but you see, you people, you don't understand this thing.
You will ask questions as opposed to just accepting what you're told.
Or just coming there to say, apana, nyinyi mnataka kuongeza hii, apana. You'll be engaging.
What's going to get us there?
We're actually on the journey as we speak. You see,
to accelerate this journey,
yes,
we need to get to that's why I'm talking about, and I'm pushing for a version where the National Treasury releases, or the National Assembly releases this bite-sized information, break down this finance bill, let people see. So when you talk about bread is going, right now we're talking about, there's a now wanaongeza tax ya mkate, hasa mkate itapanda. Okay, by how much? What exact tax are we talking? Is it VAT? Is it excess? What are we talking about? Is it IDF for raw material? For how is bread being impacted?
Some of these things do. The real effect may not even be with this finance bill.
Not this year.
No,
That's
it may
sure.
not be. Okay, but what will have been set in motion will be spurred on, as Eric says, naturally by the effects of it. And we will realize. So the first time you figured it out and you saw things happening, this time around you realize, so this is what happens when I don't take these things seriously. The opportunity is provided by law for me to interact and to give my opinion, and I ignore it. And my having ignored it, this is where I am. Because much as we talk about our elected leaders, even we, the citizens, have this opportunity to actually engage. The opportunity presents itself as an individual, as groups. This is a process that did not exist before. The processes that existed before was we'd have leaders who come and tell us generally what it is that this thing means, and generally we would accept this is what it means. And when we spoke about it, we would speak generally about what we've been told, not generally what we know. Okay? We're saying, let's move this discussion to a point where whoever wants to say what they think should say, but you also will be informed. So you will be able to determine whether what you're being told actually is the entire truth, or is it the truth that this person has chosen to tell you, and because it suits their purpose.
Just take a break. 26 minutes to 9. Our conversation this morning is on the finance bill. So it's been published. There's a lot of public discussion and engagement on the finance bill. The question is, how do we get more and more citizens to actually engage factually on the finance bill, right? So Sonat is saying, you guys, you're just making a mountain out of a molehill, an anthill. The finance bill is very direct and straightforward to read.
Okay.
So, for example, it says, I had to configure from your last guest what sections were amended by looking at the document. Yes, it's in legalese, but rather straightforward. It's more like reading War and Peace.
You read War and Peace?
It's in 2 parts.
Thank you. Have you read War and Peace?
There's around over 1,000 pages in small print. That's part 1. And this part 2. Wash.
As once was told by the men of old.
Okay. 25 minutes to 9. We'll hear from you after this break.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Kenya Revenue Authority KRA reminds all business owners, including those who are not registered for VAT, to electronically generate and transmit their invoices to KRA via eTIMS. Did you know you can now register and generate eTIMS invoices by dialing *222#? Visit www.kra.go.ke to register and learn more about eTIMS and start invoicing your transactions today. The general public is also encouraged to request for an electronically generated receipt with every purchase. Vuka eTIMS leo. Kenya Revenue Authority. Tulipe ushuru, tujitegemee. This season, we're celebrating the heartbeat of every family. Moms. Treat mom to an unforgettable shopping experience at Sarit, her ultimate shopping destination. Discover a wide array of gifts across various categories that cater to every mom's taste. Earn and redeem points with our Sarit loyalty app. Enjoy prepaid parking and snag gift vouchers. Plus, don't miss out on picking up your Mother's Day coloring card at customer care this month. Share your creations and tag us on @SaritYourCity. Visit www.sarityourcity.com for more details. Join us for Sarit's exclusive Mother's Month celebration. Don't miss out.
Sunny conditions, Nairobi 16. We'll see highs of 24 and highs of 24 as well, and a sunny Nakuru at 16. We'll see highs of 23 in a mostly cloudy Nyeri and coming down to lows of 15. It's 14 and cloudy in Eldoret with highs of 22, and we'll see highs of 27, or rather highs of 28 in a cloudy Mombasa at 25. It's 26 and raining in Malindi, highs of 28, and Kisumu is sunny at 22 with highs of 29, while Kakamega is at 19 and sunny with highs of 27. Kampala is cloudy at 21 with highs of 27, and Dar es Salaam raining at 24. We'll see highs of 29. Johannesburg is clear at 9 with highs of 23, and we'll see highs of 29. I beg your pardon, highs of 32 in a sunny Mogadishu at 28. It's 16 and sunny in Addis Ababa with highs of 24. And we're looking into a cloudy Lagos at 28, going to highs of 32, and mostly clear at 24 in Kinshasa with highs of 34.
Spice up your life.
Okay, so it's still very busy into the city this morning. Doesn't matter where you're coming from, really. If you're coming off of Mombasa Road and you touch on Uhuru Highway, you'll get into some traffic as you try to approach Haile Selassie at that junction. There's also traffic coming in from Gong Road, so that's going to slow things down just a tad. But then you get onto Haile Selassie maybe after a few minutes. It's busy on Langata Road, and that's just as you come towards Aerodrome thereafter, and then touching on Nyeri Stadium roundabout. Not much coming in from Lusaka Road, so you're all right. There's a slow trickle of traffic then into the city and out towards Westlands. Inbound traffic from Westlands is also doing the pitter-patter of traffic this morning. Limuru Road is busy as you're coming into the CBD, and we're looking at Spring Valley, Lower Kabete, Kitisuru, this whole area going through towards Tigiri Ridge. All very busy today. Ruaka also doing the thing as you then try to join onto Kiambu Road. All right, still very busy in traffic hour this Wednesday. Let's see what happens as we go through it. We'll talk on SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, our conversation continues. We'd like to hear from you as well through the conversation 0719-012-600. The finance bill is out. People are discussing the finance bill. How do we get more and more people to understand the contents of the finance bill?
I think we need to be intentional. And one of the things that we speak about is citizen participation. And I think we just don't take it seriously enough. That once we've given the power, because it's vested in people, the Constitution prescribes that the power is vested in the people, and then you apportion that power to your representatives at whatever level to be able to do this. In this stage, we're looking at that power having been apportioned to members of parliament to then take what is then very dear in terms of taxes and how that money is going to be used in the finance bill. Right? Something as important as that, even though you've apportioned that power, cannot be left wholly in total to them. Just like you said, CT, just because I've hired you to cook, should I not leave you to cook? Why should I come and cook because you've cooked? Look, and I think that it must be a collective participation. That at some point, guess what? You're going to have to get into the kitchen and say, okay, allow me to see the ingredients that you've put in this thing. Yes, I've asked you to cook a chicken stew, but can I actually make sure you've used chicken for goodness sake and not something else, right? Can I make sure that all the pieces of the chicken are actually there? That there's got to be a supervisory element in this thing, even though you have given people the power. And that's where citizen participation comes in. And we're not saying stand on the street with placards and lobby, but we're saying something as simple as reading and understanding what they're actually in that house legislating about, then it's very important for us to be involved in. And that's what it is. It is a form of lobbying, if you ask me. It is a way of actually being very informed about what's going on. And the sonnet is saying that we're making a mountain out of a molehill. Yes, let us make a mountain out of a molehill, because unfortunately, not enough mountains have been made out of molehills, and that's why we're in the trouble that we are in. That we've not made a big deal about it, and because they know you won't make a big deal about it, anything can pass under the door. You have to make it a big deal. If you do not, these are your livelihoods that we are talking about that will go into the crapper. You have to be able to do it.
I agree with that, because there's something that Anthony Mwangi of CAM said. He said that they started this process of looking at succession in the next financial year and what kind of environment the manufacturing sector would like to see the government create so the environment can thrive, so they can all rise towards the 20 by 30 dream. And the Ministry of Industry formed a team and said, let's bring in experts from the Ministry of Industry. Let's bring in experts from the investment side. Let's bring in the Kenya Association of Manufacturers who are involved in this, and sit together, you guys. Go sector by sector and see what does each sector need. How can we grow? What do you need legislatively? What do you need in terms of taxation? What do we need, and how can we balance it out? They go and negotiate with the ministry. They go then as one and negotiate with the treasury and say, this is what we need. We can give this so I can generate taxes here, and if you give us rebates here, we'll be able to grow the economy, we'll be able to employ more people, and you'll have taxes at this level. The treasury seems to agree. And then what is published is different from what they seemed to have agreed. And that puzzle that Anthony Mwangi was saying was, I don't understand at what point this thing changed. And I'm sure he's saying that because he has talked to the people that he sat at the round table with at the Treasury, and he's saying, well, you guys, didn't we agree?
Mm-hmm.
And it appears like those people are also saying, mimi boss, mimi ya hii kitu, mi sijui kuliendaje. So if we have more and more people knowing and involved and even going back into, so this is what manufacturers had said, this is what has come out, why did it change? Mm-hmm. We'll start questioning all those things.
Absolutely.
We'll start breaking down those cartels. How can it be that even those in government are like, wait a minute, there was an issue about bread. How did it come into this bill? Aye?
Where did this come from?
Where did this come from? This is at the highest level of government. It's in the bill. So how did it enter the bill?
In the first place, who put it there? Who put it there? And when it was being put in there, did you ask questions? Did you raise essentially the alarm and say, okay, hold on a minute, can we get an understanding about what happens? We need to get away from this, similar operation all the time of, we're just going to take things as they come. That is the difference between what would be a stagnant jurisdiction and a progressive jurisdiction. Because how you spend the smallest amount, how you spend a penny, then is contingent upon the buy-in that you have from the majority of the people. And the majority of people are not in government. The majority of people are not legislators. The majority of people are not the ones who are actually enacting the decisions. However, it must be contingent on the buy-in of the majority of the people. Now, how do you have something that is contingent on the buy-in of the majority of the people if the majority of the people are not aware of that thing? And that's why I'm saying that one of two things are happening. That there's a comfortability that comes with the majority of the people not having a buy-in because they do not know. And if I can keep something from you because you're unaware of it, then I can manipulate it in whatever way that I want. It sounds like conspiracy theory, but conspiracy theories sometimes become reality. So if I can keep you unaware of something, or if I can keep you unaware of who is involved in something, then I have the upper hand and I have the power. And by the time you can say Bob's your uncle, the thing is passed. It's in law. That's why in April or February of 2023, we had folks in the National Assembly, in Parliament, who said, we didn't even really...
That thing is too big.
It's too big, it's too long. These are the people that you've said go and cook chicken stew.
Yeah.
And they've used the dove to cook the stew.
All the chicken has 3 necks.
So...
Let's go to the phone line 0719-012-600. Boaz in Nairobi, good morning.
Good morning, Siti, Ndu, and Eric. I'm listening to your conversation, and indeed it is the right time to do that discussion. Thank you very much.
Asante.
Actually, I think let's start from the very, very basics. You realize that Kenyans nowadays do discuss their budget. A process that is supposed to be very open, where each and every person's view is actually taken into account. This has happened because of the constitution we have. From 2010, Kenya changed. Why I'm emphasizing that is because we should be now looking within and seeing what are the provisions that should have been enabling us to actually do that massive public participation. So that when a decision is made, because the budget process has several layers of decisions to be made, that we know at what point would which budget which decision be made, and we are promptly there. I want to give you let me use an example of an organization, because even the government, the budget we're having is like that of an organization. Take just a small organization, or you can even take the Standard Media Group, for example. It has a vision that it wants to achieve within a period of time. And within that, it has stated some specific goals it wants to be met within a period, whether it is in 5 years, in 10 years, and all. And within that, it says there are certain things which do occur, certain recurring challenges that they would like really to have addressed and resolved once and for all. When you break it down like that, it enables each and every member of, say, the Standard Media Group, which department is dealing with what, and people know that for this year, our priority, a lot of the resources may go in this direction because we want to fix 1, 2, 3 things. In Kenya, we would be looking at our priority in this case. We've just gone through serious floods. Schools have been destroyed and so many things. Education is really in turmoil. Health is in turmoil. We would have been looking at, are we budgeting or making propositions that would help us to fix it? Are we addressing the teachers' issues? Are we addressing the infrastructure issues? Are we addressing the curriculum review and the quality aspects, because we are missing on that? So why I'm using that is to enable us really see how it can be broken down. And Kenyans, by the way, let me tell you, a budget is not a rocket science. A budget is just like what you do in your house.
That's true.
You should be able to understand that your house
let me ask
requires...
you then, Boaz.
Yes, please.
So how do we make sure that more and more people are involved in this public participation? What do we need to see?
There are so many processes, but I would start with the leadership.
Just give us two.
We should have the leadership taking a lead role right from our ward level, so that there are people who constantly then engage. That public participation space, which is genuine, not just bringing other people from outside. That space is always made available, and people to constantly engage on those specific issues.
Okay.
And Eric, you realize that Bunge la Wananchi and such like, they do occur because there is a need for such conversation.
Second proposal?
So the second proposal is breaking down, and I think this one you had actually talked about it very well, breaking down the proposals, the main proposals, into smaller bits that are consumable by each and every person in whichever sector. This, I think, I happen to have worked with Uraia Trust, Greco and all that, and I know that every time serious issues which were mind-boggling were being placed on the table, we had to sit and break it down in a very simplified manner.
So it's
that
doable.
Anybody in the street would be able to consume it.
It's doable. Boaz, thank you. We get your point. Asante sana. Let's pick other callers. Andrew in Lavington, good morning.
Yes, good morning. Just two comments.
Yes.
One based on actual experience. Well, I used to be invited onto CNBC Africa and Ebru TV back in 2014, 2015, along with people supposedly from KAM and KEPSA and elsewhere, to discuss the problem of industrialization. Because under AGOA, all we were doing was exporting finished goods. There was no value chains being produced, despite AGOA being designed to do that. As it turned out, the kind of people you have as guests would ask the people at CNBC Africa and elsewhere, and you don't have to take my word for it, I don't care any longer. The fact is, they would ask, has Andrew Franklin been invited to be on that panel? Because if he has been, we're not coming. I had articles in the Standard about how the companies in the EPZ were registered. They were Indian, Chinese companies with minor Kenyan participation. So we've watched 8 or 9 years go by, and we're hoping for now another 18 years of AGOA, even though Kenya has failed to build a value chain, including the kind of cotton that used to be grown in this country until 1986 and elsewhere. Lastly, when you divide up all these subjects, now you're talking the finance bill. Who is going to look at the financing of the KDF units who were deployed unconstitutionally to the counties of northern Kenya without National Assembly pre-authorization? That has never been granted, never been given, and yet that money is being spent. But you somehow expect that an omnibus bill, which is easy to read, is going to make a difference to anybody? How do you get more people to pay attention to what's in that bill? How about the fact that you can't even get people in Parliament to pay attention to what's being done with the money they are voting?
All right. Good
Thank
questions.
you, and have a lovely day.
You
Good
too,
luck.
Franklin. Cheers. Have a good one. Sami Martin in Limuru, good morning.
Hi, Eric. It's actually Sami Mate, not Martin.
All right, Pauline.
Yeah, if you remember, we were in school together, but you might not remember in high school. But
it sounded
greetings
familiar.
to Ndu.
Good morning.
Yeah, greetings to Ndu and City.
Good morning, Sammy.
Sammy, as you
mine
said,
is very-
school, Eric was busy nodding. He remembers.
He was a small boy. He was a very small boy. I should show you pictures of him. Anyway, mine is very brief. I think this whole issue is laced with a lot of bias, especially when you get to be informed by the executive and the legislature. Of course, the judiciary cannot play a role in this because they're an arbiter. And so I think the place that the fourth estate plays becomes elevated in this regard. We talk about almost civic education, being able to break down facts to people without leaning on either side, without leaning on any political bias. And so I think the fourth estate, and I think this show particularly plays a very big role in that sense, that you can ask the right questions based on facts, based on figures, and so on and so forth. And so even education should be based on that. So when you're getting people about a finance bill, you're telling them the facts. You're not telling them about what you think would be the political influence of this particular issue, but how does it impact you? How does it impact your bottom line, and so on and so forth. And so I think that fourth estate should come together, and the way you do the presidential debates, do something like that, you know.
Right. That's a good one. That's a good idea. Thank you very much, Sami.
All the best.
Washington in Meru.
Yes.
Good morning.
Hook me up.
Please switch off your radio. You're on air.
But I'm not talking to these guys. I'm seeing
Washington,
on TV.
you're talking to Eric Latif. You're on air. Please switch off the TV. It's behind you. Yes.
Eric.
Huyo. By the time he hears what I'm saying, I'll have disconnected him. So, yeah, Washington, we're required to switch off your TV before we put you on air.
So this is a thing that I do agree that the times that you would see more and more people then get intimate with information is that you would see an organic kind of activity thereafter, that it would be clear that people actually understand. So the likelihood of you slipping something in there, or the likelihood of you just passing something because it's kumbaya and it's consensus, then would reduce significantly. But to get us to that point, I think, is the biggest hurdle that we have. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter your status in society. It doesn't matter your education level. It doesn't matter where it is that you live in the country. That can you be part of what happens that concerns you? That the food that you're going to eat on a daily basis, will it become more expensive? How you live, how you move, will it become cheaper or more expensive? Will you then be able to, will you have to be subjected to certain things without your permission? Because that's what it actually means. When the Constitution says that power is vested in you, that is it. That certain laws and rules are made with your permission. So, are you involved in the process through which your permission then is activated? And that's what we are saying that people must do. At whatever level you can understand it, you must be participatory. You have to be participatory. We cannot then reserve the right to complain in the future if we were not involved in the present. But that's what I'm also saying, that we have to then be willing to poke at it. If we are saying that there's something going on whereby people are comfortable with you not knowing, you have to
make them uncomfortable.
Exactly. You have to make them uncomfortable by your knowledge and your understanding.
You know, I have often marveled at how it is the political leadership in this country don't understand that their employers are very kind and understanding people, and they give them a lot of leeway. They seem to behave as though those who have employed them are stupid, and that they are the employers, or that they are daft and they don't understand certain things. Instead of taking advantage of the goodwill and making sure that the employer benefits from the goodwill that they've bestowed upon the person they've given the job, our leadership seems to think that the more you abuse it, the more beneficial it is to you. And it's like you can do this day in, day out, ad infinitum, and that your employer will never realize what it is that you're actually doing. Your employer realizes what you're doing. Your employer knows what you're doing. And beyond sacking you, you will be called to pay. The day of reckoning always seems far when you're involved in doing what pleases you.
But by and by, surely.
Not even by and by. The day of reckoning begins actually today. You may not think so, but it does. Yes.
It's already here.
Yes, it is.
So let's engage and push for ways in which even future budget-making processes are very, very public. And more people are engaged. From the very beginning, from September, let more and more people know that, okay, so at this point, we're actually doing our budget at national level and at county level, because the same thing that you hear at county level. When the time when people are starting to make contributions towards the county budget and what projects are going to be financed by the next budget, if you do not participate, you can't come at the end and say, lakini barabara yetu.
Where were you?
Sasa barabara haiko kwa hii budget. Sasa tunangoja ile budget ingine. Hapana. It's because we don't participate. But the onus is on always the government to make sure that it creates that enabling environment for citizens to get knowledge and to engage. Public participation is two ways. It's the public and it's those in government to facilitate it as much as possible. So we'll continue with our conversations on the finance bill throughout the week and into next month. On Tuesdays, we are dedicating it to Finance Bill Tuesdays, looking at the various aspects of Finance Bill, but also other days in the week. Keep it here for more conversations. In the next hour, we talk about mentorship. It's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
It's now 9 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Umaga. 4 people have been arraigned in a Kirinyaga court for being in possession of donkey carcasses and slaughtering 30 donkeys. They were charged with being in possession of uninspected meat that isn't fit for human consumption and cruel slaughtering of animals. The 4 pleaded not guilty to all the counts and were granted a bond of 1 million shillings with a surety of a similar amount. The case is set for mention on June 6th. 3 suspected phone snatchers have this morning been gunned down by police officers along Lusaka Road in Nairobi. The trio was ambushed by security officers while robbing phones, among other valuable items, from those reporting to work at the industrial area. Makadara Sub-County Police Boss Judy Kohler said the suspects, who were riding on a motorcycle, were found in possession of a Seska gun and several rounds of ammunition. The Ministry of Health is now blaming the Treasury for the vaccine crisis in the country. Medical Services Principal Secretary Hari Kimtai has asserted that the nationwide vaccine shortage is as a result of 3.6 billion shillings debt owed to suppliers. 10 counties are hardest hit, with parents forced to travel long distances to neighbouring counties to seek services. Among the most affected counties are Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, Nyamira, Kilifi, Siaya and Migori.
So we are going to pay UNICEF and Gavi the 2 billion, and then we still have an outstanding bill of vaccines amounting to 1.6 billion. Chair, this is something that we are supposed to pay. I know we have a facility, a revolving facility, that if we exhaust, then they will block supply of vaccines. So we are supposed to get this money and then pay. I had requested 1.2, and we realized that we needed an additional 750 million. In that, Chair, we have a challenge of payment of the vaccines, and therefore there was an outstanding bill of about 3.6 billion.
Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua will address the 9th Annual Global Conference on Energy Efficiency. It brings together global leaders in government, business and civil society from across every continent to accelerate policy action on energy efficiency. It marks the first year in which the event is being held on the African continent and reflects the IEA's strengthening partnership with Kenya, which recently joined the IEA family as an association. country. Trans Nzoia religious leaders have urged the government to exempt basic goods such as bread from taxes as proposed in the 2024-2025 finance bill. Led by the Last Hope Church leader David Kangwana, they've said that as much as it's good for the government to implement development projects, it's not advisable to burden the people with taxes.
Mwananchi wa kawaida anaendelea kuumia wakati ambapo mwananchi wa kawaida atakapoendelea kuongezewa kodi inaendelea kuwa juu. Huyu mlala hoi, huyu mtu ambaye hana mbele wala hana nyuma, ni kama unamtafutia kifo. Hata pesa ya kuweza kununua hiyo mkate itakuwa ni ya matajiri tu peke yake ndio watakayeweza kumudu. Kwa hivyo tunaomba tu serikali yetu ya kwamba ndio tunajua ya kwamba lazima serikali iweze kuendeleza mambo yao, lakini pamoja na hayo lazima tuangalie yule mwananchi wa chini pale.
His father urged leaders to avoid politicking and focus on service delivery to the people who voted them into government.
Waswahili walisema ya kwamba wakati ndume wawili wanapomenyana, nyasi ndio inaumia. Na sasa hapa nyasi ni yule mwananchi wa kawaida. Huyu ndiye ambaye anaumia kwa sababu wakati huyu kiongozi huyu anaporuhusia yule cheche za maneno lumbana, unakuta ya kwamba huyu mwananchi hataweza kufikiwa na yale maendeleo. Maneno yasiyokuwa na matendo huwa inakuwa ni bure. Kwa hivyo wacha tukapate kuyaweka yale maneno mazuri ambao tuliowaindia hawa wananchi wetu ya kwamba tutakapoingia huko bungeni, tutakapoingia huko kwa county, tutawafanyia ABCD.
That's the news wire. I'm Lea Obaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, we're coming to probably the end of traffic hour in a short time, but we're still seeing some traffic on the Thika Superhighway, heavy around Survey, and it's starting to reduce on Kiambu Road as you get towards Muthaiga Square. Still very heavy on Limuru Road. We're looking at a lot of traffic coming in from Red Hill, also then Limuru Road up there near the Village Market, as well as United Nations Avenue, then coming in through Limuru Road out towards the city. That's busy. Wangari Maathai Way has quite some traffic today as you're heading out towards Westlands, and so that is still very busy. James Gishera over the drift is busy as well, but as you're coming in from Ngong Road, that traffic seems to have reduced significantly. We're coming out of traffic hour soon. Let's see what happens as we do. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It is 7 minutes after 9. We are getting onto the final hour of The Situation Room this lovely Wednesday morning, the 22nd day of May 2024. The Real Housewives of
Nairobi.
Okay.
Have you done like that? And by done like that, I mean Shika Showmax.
Oh.
Eggs.
I thought.
Don't worry.
No.
Don't just let it go.
Okay.
Out the window. Okay. That and very much else in terms of fantastic entertainment that you can get on the Showmax platform. It's the upgraded streaming platform for Africa, Showmax. Get onto it, www.showmax.com, and then get into your subscription, right? For as little as 300 shillings a month, you can watch fantastic things like The Real Housewives of Nairobi, King Kantai, very interesting programming, many other things coming from across the pond that you can download now and watch later. And it's all in HD, so it's great for you to then be able to see the great productions that are being put together. Do it now, folks. Shika Showmax.
Kabisa. And if you want to Shika KRA by sending an ATM's invoice, it's as simple as 222.
3 2s, as in 222, star 222 hash. Now, once you do that, then you open yourself to an entire new world of electronic tax invoice management system. KRA. That is the tab that you want to deal with. Let me use a Swahili word because I love it. Bonyeza yo KRA. Once you bonyeza the KRA, yes, there you will be presented.
Somebody has said, City, what is the meaning of bonyeza? Asking for some of us like myself. That's what he said.
Bonyeza.
That's what he
It's like poke at it.
Press.
No, I'm giving him a direct translation. Poke at it. Poop. Yes, but it means press.
Finya kama computer.
Now you've got it. That's what it means. But it often involves a finger, so you just depress it. Yes, that's what it is. Yes.
Okay. So, star 222 hash.
That's it.
And then you select the carry option.
Yes.
And then you get into it and you're able to
You
then
fill in the
either
details.
register if you have not registered. If you have registered, then you want to just generate an invoice. It is simple. Just follow the prompts.
You have details. Choose what it is you want to do.
Bas.
But at the end of it, you have to issue an invoice. And the only way you do this is by asking for the PIN of the individual or the entity that you do business with.
Okay.
That's it.
Now let's talk about empowering the future generations, and this is through mentorship. Our next guest in the studio is a gentleman who is a community leader, is also an aspiring political leader, or he's a political leader but he's aspiring to be elected in the future. He's tried once, didn't convince everybody. And then he is also an author. He is a founder of a company called Questworks that's involved in very many things, including green energy. He is also a mentor and also the guy in charge of the guy behind Mentorathon. Tim Kipchumba, good morning.
Good morning to you, Eric.
Mambo namna gani?
Salama sana. Thank you for having me back again.
Hey, you know,
to see
the last
Charles
time you
and
came, it was right after
the election.
What happened?
And we won.
In Elgeyo Marakwet. You won.
I didn't get the seat, but I'm just standing. I'm the standing.
You're the standing senator of Elgeyo Marakwet.
Actually, incidentally, when I met the president, he just apologized. It's like, Tim, I'm so sorry. UDA had to win that one.
Oh.
But
you initially were in UDA.
Yeah, I know, but as happens, it's not an open secret. UDA elections have not been very transparent.
Okay.
But it's like all elections.
He apologized for all those things. You made peace. As a standing member of the Senate for Elgeyo Marakwet County, karibu sana.
No, yeah, more like as a mentor today. Thank you so much for having me again.
Very good to have you. Do they grow tea in Elgeyo Marakwet?
A little bit of tea, a little bit of coffee, pyrethrum, potatoes, yeah.
Hey. But you have fertile land in Elgeyo Marakwet.
And different climatic zones. So,
imagine.
Yeah, so
do you have a desert in Elgeyo Marakwet?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, a little bit. Most of the Kerio Valley, part of the Kerio Valley may be considered dry, not desert.
Semi-arid.
Yes,
not desert. Yes,
that's true.
So it means it's arable.
It is arable. Actually,
arable.
Some of the most fertile land is by the valley, by the Kerio Valley.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where do the mangoes come from?
Kerio Valley.
Kerio Valley. Juicy.
Tamu.
Unomo maembe hivi. It drips all the way.
You know something about Elgeyo. That's fantastic.
Hey. But do you know a place called Olenguruoni? Where is it? Olenguruoni. Now in Olenguruoni, there's a company there that owns a large piece of land, Kiptagich Tea Estates. Now in Kiptagich, some 2,300 acres are dedicated to tea. 2,300 acres of a tea plantation. And then they pick that tea, they pick the best, they select the best, they grade it the best, they go ahead and process it the best. They actually make some teas, premium teas, blended teas, and they take it to the market. Local market, export market. One of them is this one.
Golden
Assis
tea.
Golden tea. Okay? So the brand is the Assis Premium Tea.
Assis.
So it's tea as is, right?
You know Assis, you know what it means though?
What does it mean?
It's the sun. Assis.
Assis is the sun.
It's the sun actually. So
so there's the sun behind us.
the Kalenjin name for God is Assis. So it's actually a very special name in that sense. So there must be something very godly about that tea.
Yeah, and you see the brand has the near of the sun there.
Exactly.
Right.
The slight orb of the sun.
So it's both sun
and God.
And God, because the Kalenjins believe that the sun is God.
It's a giver of life.
Yeah, exactly. And light.
And light. Very good. So the Assis Premium Teas, we have Assis Golden Tea, we've got Hibiscus Tea, we've got other brands. When you go to the market next, buy this one. It's Kenyan.
Love
This is
it.
very, very good quality. And CT will karibisha you with chai.
Yes, we will do the godlike thing and offer you some tea.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, so that instead of just pontificating on the joys of this tea, you actually have the tea so you can experience it.
Look at the other side. You see that packet?
Yeah.
The package, what you're holding. On the other side, you can see the various types of chai that they have. You can read.
I see.
Yeah?
I see. So you have black tea, masala tea, tangawizi, premium tea. Okay.
And what you don't see there is hibiscus.
Hibiscus.
But we
So
have it right here in front of you.
It's in the box.
Yes.
5 brands.
It's in the pack.
box.
Nice. Yes. I love it.
Enjoy.
I love it.
And kunywa,
So I'm gonna
enjoy.
So I'm sure my wife is watching.
So in 2027,
So we're gonna
you'll
make
have
tea.
energy.
2027, more than energy.
You will have a lot of energy from Assis Tea. Utashinda saa 2 asubuhi.
We're gonna need it next week when we do Mentothon in Elgeyo.
Mentothon is what we'll be talking about shortly.
I love it.
City, then the proverb now.
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Republic of Liberia, the oldest republic on the continent of Africa. Okay, one cannot be at the mouth of a river and use saliva to wash his hands.
One cannot be at the mouth of the river and use saliva to wash his hands. In the previous one, I had actually talked about mouth being the source.
Yes.
So I've been corrected. The source is the head of the river. The mouth is where it's now meeting the larger water body, where it drains into the lake. So you cannot be there at the end of Tana River. Maji mto mzima inakuja, and then you to wash your. What do you think the Liberians are telling us, Tim?
I think the Liberians are saying, I think a lot more is expected of you. And when a lot more is expected of you, you should just use a small, tiny percentage of your potential. You should make the most of the resources you have, whether it's human, whether it's physical. And I think that's true for Africa, it's true for Kenya, it's true for who we are as a people. I think so. I think that's the meaning that I drew from that Liberian saying.
Spoken like a mentor. So tell us about Mentothon.
So Mentothon is really a mentorship marathon, which is, we had this idea accidentally. I met 2 governors coming out of the gym one day in 2006, April. And they said, Tim, what could we possibly do? I said, why don't we, instantly, something came to my mind. I said, why don't we run the largest experiential mentorship program in the country? Because there is none right now. And the idea for Mentothon really is that we are a marathon running country. So it's easy for people to relate to marathon. So instead of running now, why don't we ask folks to give us 42 hours a year? So brands, leaders, entrepreneurs, let's say someone like Eric, Ndu, all of us, leaders as it were, to give us 42 hours in a year to mentor students. Initially beginning with high school students. And the idea behind 42 hours was basically based out of research done by a gentleman called Grant, Dr. Grant, which said that if you ask people to give you continuously every single day or every single month, people just get tired, even of good things. So what we thought, why don't we batch giving? Why don't we ask people to only give us 42 hours in a year? So that's like 3-4 days in a year to just go tell their stories, to help us, reverse some of the biggest challenges that are facing young people today. You wouldn't believe it, but 690 girls fall pregnant every day. 55% of high school students have tried alcohol and drugs. So I don't know, 250,000 girls fall pregnant every year. We only have transition rates of 22%, which means that for every 100 students that sit in KCSE, only 22 of them go to university. A significant number would never go there. If you think about HIV infections, more than 500,000 of them. Our young people today are betting about 10 million shillings every hour. That's about, I don't know what the number is, like 200 million per day. So, I mean, over the last 5 years, more than 650 billion was bet away. That's more than we spent on SGR. And so we thought, you know what, we really should get role models, as it were, to help us reverse role model drain, to help us, get more young people to believe that their own effort can get them what they want in life, get more young people to wait a bit. So that's really the idea behind Mentorton. So what we've been doing in the last couple of years, this is our 50th edition now. We began in Elgeyo. We did Elgeyo again in 2018. 2019, we did Elgeyo and Laikipia. 2020, we were just about to go to West Pokot, Samburu, but then COVID happened. We couldn't do experiential events. So this year, we thought, you know what, why don't we begin with those counties that are affected largely by insecurity? So we'll do Elgeyo, West Pokot, Marsabit, and Baringo. And the idea really is just to get role models, to get brands to come and tell good stories, because it matters what we believe. It matters what we tell ourselves as a country. They say that if you wanted to poison a country, the first thing you do is you poison their stories. As soon as people don't believe, as soon as because the temptation typically is to believe the bad things, because good things happen very slowly, bad things move very fast. It's just easier for the human mind to relate to outrage and to relate to bad news than it is to get good stories. So for us, really to do awesome job around shaping this generation of young people, we thought if we can tell good stories, from role models, people like them, people that they can relate to, we can get started on that journey of positive transformation, as it were.
So who's going to be telling these stories? And I think that's also important, because anybody can tell a story, right? So who and how do you decide who will tell these stories in such a way that will impact the young people who are listening to the stories?
So in the past, it's been many people. It's been anyone from a 19-year-old young girl called Ruth all the way to a cabinet secretary, or a PS, or a university student that had just finished college and had gotten a first-class honors, all the way to athlete. This year we're hoping to get a couple of CEOs. We're hoping to get people like, say, Faith Kipyegon. But I think the idea really is to the extent that you can be considered a role model because of something good you've done. You don't need to have perfection, because the other problem also is that many people tend to typically nitpick on any endeavor like this, because people are like, what's really the effectiveness? The idea really is to just get started with any act of kindness. The whole point really is that if we can get more of us to gift ourselves. Sometimes the greatest gift is not money alone. It's your attention, it's your time, it's your whole self. Because just there, when you've given yourself, and each of you now give yourself here. You give yourself in a way. This work, if you were strictly to do it just for money, you wouldn't do it the way you're doing it. But because you've committed that your life is about excellence, you want this show to be the world-class show it is, you already a role model in a sense. So you would make the perfect role models, as it were, to actually come and help us tell stories. So we select, yes, we curate the speakers that would come. In the morning will be storytelling session. In the afternoon will be group-based discussions to talk about, passing exams, to talk about resilience, to talk about challenges that maybe a young girl is having. But we would potentially, let's say, plant trees. We are targeting to do like 50,000 trees this year. But I think the idea really is just to get as many of us as possible to have this exciting environment around, storytelling, around acts of kindness. Remember, these groups that we're meeting will be largely Form 4 students. So they are 18-year, 19-year-olds. The median age of the country and the median age of the continent is actually 18-year-olds.
Tim, what do you think are the main ingredients of a story?
Good question. The way we think of it now, I don't know if I should answer it in the literal sense. We think of it this way. If you are Charles or Eric on Do Today, or you are Tim Kipchumba, or you are, let's say, the Rendile CEO who is Paul today, and Paul Russo, the CEO for KCB, if we could tell your story from high school to date, just tell us your story from high school to date, tell us some of the decisions you've made, tell us how you've somewhat lived up to two things. One of them is self-belief, and the other one is self-control. And I'll tell you why. When we interviewed young people that participated in post-election violence in 2007, we found a range of factors that could predict the likelihood of a young person becoming violent by 91%. But one factor stood out that could predict the likelihood of a young person becoming violent by 49%. And that was actually self-efficacy, which is, if a young person believed that their own effort could get them what they want in life, they had a higher self-efficacy. And so they were 49% less likely to be violent. Today, if you ask me why are people betting, it's because people don't believe that their own effort can get them what they want in life, for many reasons. Whether it's the church, whether it's our politics, whether it's the hopelessness of the country, whether it's lack of opportunities today, whether it's seeing other people advance without necessarily having to have merit. The thing is, if you combine that now, that hopelessness, that lack of self-efficacy, and you add to that things like, say, lack of delayed gratification, you just have the worst possible combination for young people in the continent. And you don't want that, because the greatest resource is supposed to be the young people, the greatest source of hope, the greatest source of imagination, creativity, and everything is young people. As soon as you lose the hope of young people, you lose something much more fundamental. You lost actually the future. You lost the aspirations of the continent. So my hope really is that with Mentathon, and thanks to a number of partners that have come on board, whether it's Kenya Power, EPRA, KPA, KCB, Communication Authority, COOPS, and so many more, and more people that are coming to be mentors, to be speakers, to help us plant trees. The idea really is that if we could get just a few more young people to believe that it's possible for them to make a life for themselves and to make a life for the country, and if we could get more people to participate in being a little bit more selfless by giving a little bit of their time, I think it can be amazing what we can achieve as a continent.
What would you think is the thing that stands out when you tell your story?
I think for the last, I don't know if it's true, but I think the thing that stands out might be resilience. Okay. People may listen to me and say, Tim, okay, you lost dad to cancer, you lost an election, you lost a lot of money running a business, you've done 3, 4, 5 businesses and have failed, but you're still fighting. You're fighting.
You see, when I listen to you, since I've listened to you before, it's the way you think. You are a thinker. You never stop thinking. You never stop looking for solutions. You never stop figuring out how this thing which didn't work can work again. So you say it is resilience. The ecosystem within which you have existed and the circumstances around it that have influenced you are a constant, yes, because they happened and there's nothing that can change, but you're thinking.
How can we get more young people to think? How can we get more young people to be adaptable, to be more resilient?
You see, the circumstances or the environment in which we live our socialization, as we call it, plays a really important role. Because when you talk about storytelling, you don't have to verbalize a story. Most of the stories that people follow are stories that are acted out. If an ne'er-do-well in the village suddenly comes back after 2 years and they're driving a huge car, they're telling a story. And it's a very effective story which is supported by that vehicle.
Mm.
No one is going to ask too many questions about how they got that vehicle, but they like that story because it represents an achievement.
That's true.
You see, the value system that people embrace is what tells the story of what has influenced them the most or what they're most inclined towards being influenced by.
Absolutely.
Chiti, I want to take a break, but where are you heading with this? Why did you ask Tim to define a story, his own story? He's talking about bringing people for the Mentathon to tell stories.
Yes.
So why are you heading with this?
Because it is the uniqueness of the adventure that Tim has embarked on.
Mm.
It's the adventure that anyone who purports to be a leader should be, because leadership is not about accumulation, it's about change. Changing the way people think and changing their lives. When you change the way someone thinks, you've actually changed their lives. Now that is what you call real leadership. There are two people I'm going to... Now let me talk about three people whom none of us have ever met, okay? I'm going to talk about somebody who's called Muhammad. He was a prophet. He died a very long time ago. He didn't amount to much. In fact, there are those who say the guy never even went to school. But to date, there's another one called Jesus Christ. Fellow, just a carpenter. A carpenter makes tools and cupboards and wall units. That's what they do in modern times, okay?
Craftsperson.
He had a message. There's a guy called Buddha. A plump-looking fellow, okay? Nice chunky cheeks. All these people have one thing in common. They changed lives.
No, but I think you're wrong there.
Please tell me why I'm wrong.
You're wrong because they did a research where they asked people, hey, listen, we're going to send you money today, $10,000. No questions asked. And then they monitored to find out what the people did with the money.
Yes.
You will not believe it. 2/3 of the money went to charity. I think...
Where did they conduct this research?
Around the world. So Asia, United States, a few in Africa. And you'll not believe it. I mean, someone got $10,000 and the first thing they did is pay medical cover for their families, send money to victims of floods, do 1, 2, 3. Yeah? What I actually think, I mean, certainly I do believe that we need to hold our leaders to a certain level of standard. But I think human beings are capable of so much more kindness. Actually, we are more kinder than we actually want to be.
But you're not disagreeing with me.
No, the reason I disagree with you is that it doesn't take anyone to be special. It just requires a little bit of kindness.
Again, you're not disagreeing with me.
Okay, then. Okay.
You're not disagreeing with me at all.
Because that was a premise, isn't it? That
Yes,
these
it is.
three gentlemen
were
not really special in their own
Yes,
right.
exactly.
They
They're
were
just very ordinary people. In fact, there's nothing much about them.
Then my hope, though, is that we can get everyone, as ordinary as they are, to give of themselves.
I am saying that even that person in Standard 2 has a story.
Yeah,
and this is something you know, okay? When someone believes they have a story and not somebody else has a story, then that journey has begun. Everybody has a story, and that story is important.
Time for that break.
Yes.
Tim Kipchumba is the co-founder of Questworks and co-author and a mentor. We're talking about Mentathon, why Mentathon is a game changer. So there's an event that's going to be happening soon. He'll tell us the dates and where and how then we can also support. We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Do you have the passion, the interest to tell a story to the world in your own style? Well, we're ready to take you in and help you grow your talents in the media industry. The Standard Group, in partnership with Talanta Institute, is offering a media training and incubation program courtesy of Standard Talanta Academy, where we nurture and guide industry talents on an array of topics from writing, reporting, media law and ethics, investigative journalism and research to the Kenya Copyright Board, Kenya Film Commission and the Kenya Films and Classification Board legal frameworks. To apply to the Standard Talanta Academy for our upcoming upcoming May intake, visit www.talanta.ac.ke or call 0724 468 468. The Standard Talanta Academy.
Okay, so we're coming out of traffic hour this Wednesday morning. The sun is up and the birds are chirping, all those good things. What's happening coming off the Thika Superhighway? Not much as it was earlier, and that seems to have reduced significantly until you get to that underpass area, and there's still a little bit of traffic left at the tunnel. But then whatever was going on going towards Wangari Maathai and then out towards Museum Chiromo, that has reduced significantly. So, carry on with your business. Muranga Road, then getting towards the Globe Cinema roundabout, that has reduced as well. Uhuru Highway is going to have some of that as you're getting into the city, heading out towards Haile Selassie. So that's going to slow down for you as you come through towards University of Nairobi and that whole area. As you're coming in also then from Jago Road towards Landis, there's some traffic there, but I think we'll be fine in no time. Let's talk through the day on SpiceFM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Tim Kipchumba talking about mentorship. He said that the mentorathons are experiential mentorship experiences. Where is the experiential bit?
So we will have a combination of storytelling, a combination of content. This year, for the first time, we're getting, say, the CEOs in the country that are part of the sponsors. Let's say, someone like Captain Ruto, who grew up to be, more than 30 years ago, became a captain and are now risen to management. Or let's say Paul Russo, who is a Rendile that has become a CEO. Get them to really just give us small notes that go into the books that we donate for free. Then we add that to storytelling, and then we get some music, we get some acting, we get the young people to plant trees. We will bring together, in the case of Elgeyo Marakwet County, we will bring together all the 140 schools or so to 8 venues. And in those 8 venues, so that would mean something like 1,000 or so students. So people are excited to come back. They want to, students are generally excited to get out of school in many cases. They'll meet other students. They'll meet mentors. They might meet someone like, I don't know, maybe an engineer that works in Kenya Power or Communication Authority, and just maybe get them to really start thinking, especially now that they are on their final year or almost the final year, get them just to start getting a line of sight from where they are today to where they could be potentially 20 years from now. If we could give more young people a line of sight from where they are today, you give them something more. You give them like a sense of vision, and we've seen how powerful this can be. And I know we are calling mentoring today and saying we're focusing on high school students, but I think the greater call and the larger movement really is: can we get more people to support
and to give back
other people and to pay forward?
This being the 5th edition, right? It means that those who participated in the first edition are already past high school. Many of them are past college or they're about to graduate university. Can you tell us a difference? Can you tell that this guy actually went for mentorship?
Actually, one question that I've been asked consistently is, team, how can we measure this? And I think this year, probably not this year, the year before last year when I applied for Senate, we had so many people just reach out to say, team, please ignore the naysayers. You touched our lives. We love what you did with Mentoring. But this year, I think we have more than 10 mentees that are now returning to be mentors. They're like, team, you touched our lives. I nearly committed suicide. When Titus mentored me, a gentleman called Paul, I got an A-. I ended up going to Kenyatta University. I'm doing this. And to be honest, I'm a product of mentorship. I've told this story before. When I was in Chebara High School, where I was, there is a young girl called Penina that came to speak to us. And we hadn't seen girls like her. In Marakwet those days, she was wearing a trouser. She was thinking she had just gotten first class honor. She was going to go to university, and Penina was just speaking about the dreams that she had in the future. She spoke about a world that was possible with education if we could focus. She told us the story of Ben Carson, but inadvertently she ended up telling us the story of what was possible for ourselves. And that year, for the first time, we sent the highest number of students to the university.
From Tabara High School.
I don't attribute it completely to Penina, but that connection was an accidental one. What I had been hoping we do with Mentorton is we design similar accidents. We get someone like Eric to speak to the next journalist, because that's part of the job that honestly we should be doing. And we've seen how this has changed generations. When they did a study of, say, companies in Argentina, Buenos Aires, a couple of years ago, there was no company that was existent. When they do a story today, when they did a story a couple of years ago, more than 200 companies are traced to 3 companies, because those founders had awesome successes. One of them sold for $700 million, another one $350 million. Then they took the money, instead of going to buy rental buildings and build rental houses and retire, the only thing they did is come back and become mentors and become investors for the next couple of companies. Today we know Argentina and Buenos Aires, in that case, as a fintech app, as a technology app. We know Istanbul as the same. We know Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley can be just traced to 3 companies alone: Xerox, IBM. And why is that? Because a few of those people just decided that their life had to be much more than their own success alone. If you think about, say, a company like, say, YC. YC is a Y Combinator. It was begun by a gentleman with his wife called Paul Graham. And you know how many companies that have exited billions of dollars out of Y Combinator? You cannot believe it. And the only thing they were doing is that they had a little bit of more the success, the two of them. They decided they're going to take their money, set up this fund called Y Combinator, and they will invest a number of companies. Every year they've been investing. I think the last couple of years they've invested more than 400 companies. So many of those companies have gone on to become billion-dollar exits for the country, and on and on and on. And I really think that the point that I'm trying to underscore here is that if we can rally ourselves to get more leaders and more entrepreneurs and more brands, and each of you and each one of us to give a little bit of ourselves, just maybe we might be able to catalyze a much bigger, and I mean that in a literal sense. Anyone that supported the president in the last couple of years has a chance now in this government. Where were we? Some of us that didn't support him. Probably we didn't support him enough for us to be known to him. And therefore, I say, we should give ourselves. Give yourself to a leader. Give yourself to a company. Give yourself to a cause. Commit to something that is larger than what you do every day. But I'm asking you, hopefully, make one of the commitments that you could make to give your time and your experience and your expertise and your could be mental.
Do you think that's what's missing? Because if we talk about society being a total of units, right? So your unit being the individual, and that if you have a society that is not, punching at its weight, and the only reason is because you have individuals who are not punching at their individual weight, so they cannot come together, as then society, as communities. So would you think that that's what's missing? That we have, whether they be young people or older people, who then don't have that connector that you're talking about now, to open up the mind, to think a little bit different. We spoke this morning about a huge number, 600,000 students today who have not applied for placement in university or college. We don't know the reason why every single one of those 607,000 people have not. But suffice to say that we can infer that, there's lethargy at some point. There's a feeling that I didn't do enough to get to the place where I can be in university, so I'm not even going to bother to go through that process. So is there something that needs to be unlocked in the minds of people to say then, how then can we actually contribute towards society, towards community? And maybe one of the keys to that is to having somebody else who has then speak to that space.
I mean, I think you are right on the money. I think that the greatest opportunity, today we have nearly 10 million young people today in Kenya that are underemployed or unemployed. I think the greatest window for them is have them volunteer somewhat. But for them to volunteer, you will need people, for them to volunteer and become apprentices, you will need people. You will need Andu that can say, hey, listen, young lady, I'm going to hold your hand. The only thing I want you to do is to give me 100%. If you give me 100%, in another 6 or 7 months, you will be able to do 20-30% of what I do today, and that's enough for you to get started on your job. So I totally, absolutely agree. I think that if we completely relied on governments alone to solve, in fact, it's been proven already in many countries around the world, governments barely on their own make a difference. What really makes a difference in many cases is entrepreneurs. And entrepreneurs it's in the broader sense. Entrepreneurs, whether it's mission entrepreneurs, so it's individuals that are taking risk in places where it's unlikely for them to succeed. Government does play a significant role, but you still need all these changes. And in many cases, actually, some of the best ways for governments to move requires changes. It requires people that are like, I'm going to change 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And hopefully, you hope that those people that have positions of power have also the empirical data supporting the kind of changes that they are pushing. And I don't know, ALS Ice Bucket Challenge began very simple. People pouring ice on themselves and saying, we're going to do something about that condition called ALS. They raised more than $200 million. Whether it's Giving Tuesday, whether it's the Giving Pledge, whether it's the entrepreneur saying, you know what, we're going to commit a small portion of our assets. They estimated that if everyone were to agree to giving out 2% of their wealth, we would raise about $10 trillion to do, and you can imagine how much good that can do. But sometimes when you ask people for money, you blind them completely from the opportunity. I think the real opportunity is to ask people to give of themselves. And the easiest thing to give is your gift.
Tim, why do you've said something that I find interesting. Why do you think people suddenly react interestingly when they asked for money?
React interestingly.
Because I think it's I think part of it is people that generally have money are protective of themselves. So as a rule of thumb, I raised capital for our company, more than maybe 1.5 billion over the last couple of years. When I began initially, I would ask people for money, and people will give me advice. So I now really believe that thing, that if you really want money, you have to ask for advice, and if you want advice, you have to ask for money. Because, and then the money really follows the opportunity. So sometimes I think the greatest thing that I could potentially do if I was a young entrepreneur or a young aspiring leader is, not to put money ahead, but to put something more important ahead. And even just getting that message across to young people is very difficult. It's very difficult, and that's really what I'm hoping, that some young people may relate to, they might relate to someone, and I'm hoping that if they can listen to, say, Dr. Raul Fikwerov, who is my partner in QuestWorks, or they can listen to a student that is not a student but a technology engineer at Microsoft, whoever it is that they can listen to. When they interviewed a number of engineers a couple of days ago in Microsoft in the US, they asked them who their role model is. They mentioned Juliana Rotich. Okay,
right.
Because of our work in technology, in advocacy. So if we can get more young people to believe that if we can get more people to potentially tell their stories in a more imaginative way, in a more creative way, just maybe we might get a few less young people not applying to university. I don't think it's purely. I think 500,000 young people may not apply for university, but it cannot just be that they don't feel right. Part of the other reason is that they don't see how that can be a tool for their positive transformation.
They don't see why.
They don't see the reason why, and that's really dangerous, because and you can't blame them. Part of it is an opportunity question, but part of it is also mindset, and part of it is mindset. Part of it is also believing that they themselves can become change agents. Because if we just kept waiting for someone else to do something, nothing will ever happen.
Tim, local mentors. How do you determine and decide who it is who would qualify as a local mentor? Somebody within the locality of Elgeyo Marakwet.
So it will be, I don't know, a student that has potentially gone to university or didn't go to university that is doing reasonably well, a young business person, maybe an athlete, because what we really want is not just academic success, it's human excellence, it's resilience, it's something good about you that someone else can say, you know what, just maybe. And we don't aim for perfection, because if we insisted that generosity has to be perfect, we miss the point. Mr. Beast is successful, everyone criticizes him all over the world, but he catalyzes so many millions of fans on a new wave of generosity, on a new way of kindness. So all I'm really saying is, just maybe, everyone can be a little Mr. Beast.
But do you vet?
We vet, of course. We vet.
Because just like the other example City had given, somebody who everybody knows this guy, and then he leaves and comes back driving a huge car. And you really can't put the connection between what he was doing and what he may be doing now and how he's acquired a vehicle. But then they're coming back to the community and saying, you know, they could be coming to say, so believe in yourself.
So we vet. But remember, if we're going to have, we probably got like 200 mentors now, we might get it wrong on 1 or 2 or 3. But really broadly, if we have net positive experience, it will be good. It will be good for the mentors and it will be good for the students as well.
You know, in an earlier time, before this information age, that story was very easy to tell. If you're talking about post-independence and just immediately pre, let's say talk post, the benefit of going to school was obvious.
That's true.
Because somebody who went to school got a job. When they got a job, they could buy a car. Let's start with the bicycle, just so that we progress. Okay? And then when the house was not the issue, the roofing. It was corrugated iron sheets.
You moved in.
It made, yes, and somebody who had corrugated iron sheets on their parents' home, it was the best advertisement for education. If so and so went to school and this is what they can do, I think this education is a good thing.
That's true.
What is the thing that we can now look at, and we're talking about young people can look at and say, they look at that example and say, this is a good thing. It is worth my while to bother with education. You see, the narrative of education for work, that has to change.
That's true. Agree. Absolutely. When I asked for votes in Elgeyo, I told the people of Elgeyo Marakwet County, this will be the first job I get. Since I finished college, I worked for 3 years. I became unemployed. And then we began the company that is Questworks. And on my own with a small team, we began something. It was small initially, 4 people, and then 9 people, and then subsequently 100 people, and then I think 200 at its peak direct employees. And then indirectly it can easily be another 200, 300. And I would ask them that, so I understand what it is like to begin something, to build something from nothing to something.
Yes.
And so if you give me this job, I'll take it seriously because actually, I understand how valuable it is to go out there and create jobs, and I will do my level best if I become your senator to be a champion of more folks that are we're gonna use regulation as a basis to try to create more opportunity. You know, I wrote books for high school students, so I agree with you. But to be honest, if we can get it right, 80% of the time, chance we will be okay. Because right now what is happening is that the stories that gain more prevalence generally are negative stories. Yep. And so to the extent that you can just get exciting positive stories being told, with this age of artificial intelligence and internet and technology, you are better off because every single day what makes it to the news is not like this morning show. What makes it to the news is what is crazy that has happened in the last 3-4 hours, or what has happened in the last 3-4 days. But that's not necessarily the right story. And everyone knows right now, and I know I'm in a media station and I should be careful what I say now, otherwise you don't receive me next time. But media generally and news generally is bad news, because that's generally what the human brain will absorb. And so over time, and it's already clear, over time, the story that needs to be told is rarely the one that makes it to the news. You will never know the small young man that began a couple of, 20 years ago, and spinned off, let's say, retirement benefits authority, and today is the CEO called Charles. You'll never know that story. No one will tell you about the only Rendile that has become a CEO. No one will tell you about, I don't know, the journalist that is running communication authority with Universal Service Fund. No one will tell you those stories. The stories that will make it today is floods, it's corruption, it's fraud, and so I'm really just hoping that by getting and catalyzing more folks to tell good and exciting stories to young people, we are doing two things simultaneously. We are helping those young people to have a sense of self-belief. We're telling good stories that can help uplift the consciousness of the country, because there is actually something called talking down to yourself. If you tell negative stories continuously, you really suppress the potential of what is possible in the country, what is possible for young people. And we are seeing that every day. Even if, forget media, even just social media alone just tells bad stories every single day, which is why I gloss over the bad things that are happening to young people today and speak more to what those young people could potentially do with us, what those young people could potentially achieve, with the help that we potentially can give them.
In your organization, do you have a space for young people to contribute to informing and advising you as to what it is that young people actually want and desire?
I love that. When we wrote this book, I got a full class of, I think, Form 2, Form 3, Form 4 students to give us feedback when we wrote Unstoppable. The same for different millionaires. Because we also realize when we speak to, say, high school students, you must be cognizant of the fact that we are very different now. Much more different than they are. So we're like, okay, give us feedback. What is it that worries you? What concerns you? What are your biggest fears? And then we use that to try to see if we can incorporate. Now in Mentorton, we have, 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds or 21-year-olds that are just beginning college, or they are in second year, third year, and they understand. They have a certain sense of the psyche of Gen Z, which is different than, say, a millennial or baby boomers, as it were. So we don't pretend to know everything, but what we also now do is we speak to the principal, we speak to the guiding and counseling teachers and say, listen, what are the biggest challenges that you face? And then using that information, we sort of see how we can curate the mentorship and the storytelling and maybe even the group discussions when we end up doing. So, but I'm hoping, we are still a startup, as it were, because we've been doing this as a volunteer effort, but I'm really, really excited with the level of support that we're getting now, with having Standard Group, having KT and having Spice as a media partner. And you're not, you're giving us partnership now for free. You're really saying you want media to be a force of good. So I know I'm lecturing here, but the truth is you've given us this platform to say we want to be part of that story team. We like what Mentorton is doing, and we want Standard Group largely, and as a group, to really be part of that change agent, because just maybe it might be possible for us to make this national. And if we make this national, if we have 3 million, 4 million people that are working in Kenya, and they each go out to just do their own variations of Mentorton. They each go to tell their own stories. They each commit to give us 42 hours in a year, or they each commit to adopt a school, whether it's their primary school or their secondary school. The level of change we can achieve, and actually the level of happiness and meaning we can each achieve, is amazing. Every time we come back from Mentorton, the biggest beneficiaries typically are the mentors and the speakers. And the brands, they're like, oh my goodness, Nairobi can make you selfish. You're always running around. You're like constantly worried. But when you go and meet people that truly, genuinely need, you have perspective. And that perspective just makes you happy. Which is why we typically want it to be like 42 hours. Because then there's a road trip, we have dinner, which is fully sponsored by our partners, and then we do mentorship for day one, mentorship for day two, and then on the last day, we do tree planting and all those things. And then on the last day, we will have Nyama Choma, we will have tourism, we will promote the county tourism. So imagine we go to Marsabit, we'll have fantastic photos out of Marsabit, or Baringo, or Elgeyo Marakwet County. Then we promote tourism, we promote something local about the people, something cultural about the people. But more importantly, we've now built this experience that says, you know what, giving back can be fun, can be exciting, and can be sexy. If we can get to the place where people think kindness is cool and sexy, man, you've just changed the world, because that makes people happy, gives them meaning, but more importantly, changes lives.
Sure.
But the problem is today, it's not.
So I guess I kind of bleed into what my question was going to be, and I think you just started off on that, is that then what potential then does this have to be able to achieve in the country when we then talk about tapping into the mind, essentially mind over matter kind of thing. So what potential then does there exist for real change to come about?
So I think the greatest opportunity, honestly, is that you will have, I don't know, CEOs, you'll have entrepreneurs, you'll have media professionals, you'll have people from different professions that have, I don't know, 20, 30 years of distilled experience that young people could potentially tap. And that is just powerful because you can never really buy that. You can never really buy the advice, Eric, you can give to a young person to short circuit from where they are when they're thinking about college to where they could get to you. You can't. You just can't. There are lessons that are never written about how to potentially advance. And I think the biggest beneficiaries end up becoming the people that are takers. They did a research on who wins. Is it givers, takers, or is it matchers? So givers are people that just almost automatically, when they meet you, they are like, what can I do for you? And matchers are like, what can I do, but I still get something. And takers are like, what can I get? Of course, the people that want the most, whether it's engineers, salespeople, were the givers. But the people that also lost the most were the givers because they were taken advantage of.
Right.
And so the question ends up becoming, what then, how then can givers do better? And so what people do is that they say, so they ask the three questions: why, when, and to whom. Why? Because you really, really want to make sure that you have a really strong why as to why you're doing what you're doing. If you are forced to do something, you wouldn't want it. But if you're also serving people that are that you want to serve, like young students, you are even more energized. And so I think the potential is that we could potentially get, I don't know, 2 million people giving their time, 42 hours a year, and more than 2 million, 10 million young people potentially getting transformed.
So when is the next Mentathon?
So we will have the first Mentathon in Elgeyo end of this month, so 29th, 30th and 31st. But in June we will have potentially Marsabit and West Pokot, and in July Baringo. The Elgeyo one begins in 28th with stakeholder sessions, governor hosting teachers, hosting principals, hosting a couple of stakeholders to do something like baselining and say, what did we do right, what didn't we do wrong last year, what can we do to improve? And then we do mentorship, and then we do tree planting, and then come back. And I'm hoping that in the coming years we can expand out of that peace circuit of Marsabit, West Pokot and Elgeyo and Baringo to now potentially other parts of the country.
Other parts. You'll come to Kajiado. Tim Kipchumba, co-founder of Questworks and a co-author and mentor, and also very much involved with Mentorathon. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for tuning in. Have a lovely day. It's 10 a.m. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
10 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Umaga. At least 2 people were killed as strong winds from tropical cyclone Yali hit various parts of the Kenyan coast. Coast Police boss George Seda said the pupil, aged 4, was killed after the strong winds hit their school, destroying the roof. Seda adds that 4 other pupils are admitted with various head injuries. He adds that in the neighboring Rabai's Mwele area, the winds blew away the roof of a go-down